All right, I'm here and I'm ready. The intro is going to start over, but I'm ready. The game's just starting, so we're going to let the intro just keep playing until the game's up, and then we'll hop in. How's everybody doing? Hope you're having a good one, whatever that one is. I know we had talked about possibly getting into some Dead Island today, and I decided not against it, but we'll probably do it in the evening. I would like to do an evening stream. I would like to play Dead Island, so those things sync up. But I don't want to stop playing Dying Light 1. This game's great, and I love it. So without further ado, let's get right back into it. And like always, thanks for being here, watching, and doing all the things that help to support the channel. Boom. I plug my phone in here. Oh, you know what? Our buddy yesterday, forgot exactly who it was, but was talking about, you know, the Techland website and all the different Dying Light stuff they still have on there. techlandgg.com. Log in. Son of a butts. Like, it's okay. It's okay. It'll take me 2 seconds if we can figure out what email address we use to log in with this. There it is. I'm level 1. Oh, and there's the last hope. You have to activate the quest. Okay. Where do you see? There's so much stuff. Rewards? Oh, yeah. But you actually have to get experience to get these things. And more to come. Okay. Okay, it looks like we're an outsider. So our next weapon is the Last Hope. Complete quests, level up. Quests. Access Dying Light quests. Oh, look what I found. Okay. I'm not going to show you guys all this, but it's a thing. It's all the quests. Okay, I just need to know what they are. Take down 30 demolishers. Okay. Put down 1,000 biters. Oh, just in general, easy. Kill 50 toads. Oh, can I only have a certain amount? So if I say activate, you can only have 3 quests at any given time. Okay, we have to abandon the buggy quest. Yes. I had a quest where I was doing, like, driving. And that's, we're not in the following, so 30 bolters, no. Goons, 30 of them, shit ton, but doable. Oh, 50 gas tanks. That's actually, that might be easier. Oh, the little baby screamers. Volatiles. See, that's interesting. Craft items. You mean like medkits? Because I'll fucking do it. Repair your buggy 10 times. Buy 30 items. Heal 20 times. Take that one. All right. Excuse me. That's new. I didn't Well, I knew about it, but I didn't know how extensive it was now. The quest thingy. So we've got the 1,000 biters. Shit, demolishers are not the ones that I'm... Maybe we won't do that. Yeah, I'm going to abandon that one. Because it's the other guys that we take on more. God, 50 toads? If it was 30. Yeah, goons. Is that the next one that we want to do? 30 goons? I kind of want to do the craft 100 items. Yeah, and let's see if that counts. All right. Anyways, now we can get in the game. Savvy told me about an outpost in the radio station taken by Rice's bandits. Paying them a visit may be a good idea. Maybe. Could be a really bad idea though, right? Oh, we have to do all of our stuff. Hold on, before we even get into it. Turn that off. Back, close, open. Turn it on. Back, close, open. Dying light filter on. There we go. So heal and craft, eh? We're not even allowed to heal right now because we're at full health. Duh! Boom. Where's my med kits? They're in here somewhere, right? They're like right here, right? Am I missing them? There they are. Now I'm going to click refresh over here. I wonder how often it does, like, track your progress.
Finding Jade might mean the difference between life and death.
Yeah, like those didn't show up, but I honestly don't know like how often it tracks that. So we're crafting, we're healing, we're killing people. What's up, Mill? How goes? So we know what our quests are. That's good. That's good enough. If we see later on that it doesn't count med kits, we'll, you know, craft something else. Let's get this down to 100. Oh, the Division 2 with a friend. I really liked the Division. I kind of wish there was more. They did kind of it's not a weird thing. It's kind of a standard thing. It's even what Marvel's Avengers did. Like, you get this story kind of going, and then it's mostly in-game stuff at a point, you know, or even like Borderlands. It's like, all right, and now you farm the in-game stuff. But I don't know, for me there just wasn't enough meat there. They really wanted the PvP to fill in a lot of stuff. But it's, I want another Division game. I want to take another crack at it. Oh shit. That was one of those games too that, like, it was very bullet sponge heavy. When you're not fighting bullet sponges, or like your items are doing the good work for you, you know, killing everything. Like your stats, you know, everything is synchronizing and it works. It's super fun. But when you're shooting a dude for 5 to 10 minutes, man, does that shit get just unimmersive. I don't even want to say not fun, but like you really can't like be too immersed while that's happening. On Dying Light, I maxed out everything and have way too... You have around 50,000 medkits? Good lord. Understandable, though. It's a super fun game.
What is it, Troy?
I need to kill like 70 more zombies. Okay. Oh shit, everybody's talking to me. I need to just get up here and wait. All right, got it. Took advantage of duplication glitches. Word, word. We were talking about that the other day, saying, you know, to each his own. I usually don't, and this is not, you know, to offend anyone or to say anybody's doing anything wrong. I just usually don't take in, like, any sort of glitches like that. For me, all it kind of does is it takes out my gameplay, you know? The time that I would have spent getting those items, it just, you know, made it into not that much time. So, I mean, I enjoy playing the game, so I'm gonna play the game. But I get it, like people are saying, you know, for speed running stuff and things like that. And I was like, word, yeah, of course. Makes sense. Beat the game twice and got bored. You've only beaten the game twice? Beaten this game like 6 times. I'm one of those people though, like I will just replay it in co-op with other people over and over and over and over and over and over. I really enjoy the pacing of the game. I like the quests that they have and stuff, and I like leveling up. Just the slow, steady. That was one of my gripes with Dying Light 2, was they took out the legendary tree. And I was like, well, it takes out my reason for doing anything. Like, I'm using I'm doing side quests and things and other, like, killing monsters so that I can upgrade my legendary tree. And then in Dying Light 2, there just isn't one. But that's one of my favorite things in this game, just slowly leveling up the legendary tree. Whoa. I don't even need to kill the Demolisher. We got rid of that quest. Just need to kill him. Ah! Excuse me, friend. In the neck. Neck shots are not head shots, damn it. Whoa. Oh, right over his head. There we go. Stand still for a second for me. God damn it! Thank you. And Dying Light 2 really bothers you. They should have kept the one. I like them both, actually. I actually... Oh, and there we go. There goes all my legendary points. Funny. I actually like the grappling hook of Dying Light 2 more for the immersion. Like, the grappling hook in Dying Light 1 isn't like... It's not a grappling hook. It's a Batman, not realistic grapple gun. Like, nothing in real life does this. That's not a real thing. It's like a made-up mechanic that everyone just accepted because it does make getting around a lot easier. But I wish they would have just taken into account the upgrade system. You know, give us a regular, like, jank-ass grappling hook that, like, just swings, you know, at first. And then, you know, take into account the upgrade system that they added in. Oh, okay. Tried to fall on that guy. It's fine. Then they could have made it to where, oh, you want a grapple hook that, like, is the insta zip line is what it basically turns into. It's like, oh, you can upgrade into that. I think that would have been a really dope idea. My biggest gripe with Dying Light 2 is that they scrapped a lot of the things that people just really liked in Dying Light 1. Like, they were problem fixers. You know, like, oh, how do we get people to continue playing the game? Oh, okay, here's a legendary tree. Okay, now you have a reason to do this in-game stuff. You have, your experience goes to something. It's not just wasted. You know, it's not just gone. And you have a reason to replay New Game Plus and all these things. Whereas in Dying Light 2, they took that shit out. They were like, ah, who wants to play New Game Plus? Who wants to, you know, have their experience matter? Damn it, I'm trying to fucking repair my weapon. Hey, get off me. There we go. All right. But I'm an options person, you know. I'm more of the person where I can't say this or that is technically better, because you know everything is suggestive. But it's weird to me when it's the same company, so it's not like anything was something they couldn't use rights wise, licensing wise. It's like Techland. They actually decided they didn't like Dying Light. It's strange because the community likes it. Everybody's always liked everything about Dying Light. Like, it's good. It's done. The physics-based, you know, movement of the enemies and interaction with the environments. God dang it! We're gonna have to zombie juice. People have always really liked those things, and so it's just real weird that in Dying Light 2 they were like, you know what? What if it wasn't physics-based? What if everything was just tied to animations? And that's just a weird thing where you're like, what? Why? Like, why are you changing? I don't know anyone in the world. Can't say that. It's not true. I don't know anyone, period, that you would ask, hey, would you rather things be physics-based, you know, the game is more realistic? Or would you rather us put in very stylized animations and then all of the enemies, when they fall off of a building or when you kick them, they'll all react the exact same way? Who would say, yeah, do that? Do that. I don't want any variety in gameplay. Make everything the same. Make your first playthrough, the gameplay-wise, the same as your second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh playthrough. Make it all just the same. Are we gonna have a new game plus? Oh yeah. Well, we're saying that everyone's gonna have choices in like deciding how their game plays out. Oh yeah, we are gonna have that. Well, then why take out the variety in the way that the enemies interact with the environment? Why take out the variety of how you build your legend tree? Like, why? You're saying you want gamers to have more choices in the game. Why are you taking choices away? How does that make sense? Oh, he's throwing knives at me. What a dick. So that I mean, again, the TLDR, my biggest gripe are things that, oh my god. Yeah, guns annihilate us. My biggest gripe is that things that they added in as fixes. You know, this helps people with replayability. This makes your character feel more distinct. They took all that shit out. And that's kind of my favorite thing. Building my character through replayability, doing things differently. Building them in a different way. But yeah, for me with the hook shots, I really enjoyed the Dying Light 2 hook shots as like just the first starting point. I liked how they used them in puzzles where you had to like hook one way and then you swung and then you had to turn in midair and swing back. I was like, okay, that's cool. Like, I'm down. But then the upgrades that they give you for the hook shot, it's the whole mirror's edge aspect where they're not really hook shot upgrades. They're not meant to make you a better grappler, like to get around. They become combat focused upgrades. And I always hate that. I mean, not always, but you know, it's Dying Light. I didn't know it was Mirror's Edge 3. And that's really what it is. It is not Dying Light 2. It is Mirror's Edge 3 in the Dying Light universe. because you're not a fighter. Like your weapons don't even super matter. Like in Dying Light 2, you should just be drop kicking everyone in the face until they're on the ground, and then you stomp their heads. Everything in the game is weaker than that. That is the answer to everything. Fighting bosses, like everything. And so that was really weird to me. You know, just build off what we have. You know, this all seems good. You know, what we already have. And if you want an extreme parkour focus for this specific character, Aiden, just add to it. And they were like, nah, that's stupid. Let's just redo everything. And then slowly add in those things again. Like, are you kidding me? They're like, oh, you guys actually did like X-rays? Oh shit. Okay, we're putting X-rays back in it. It's like, god damn it. Are you just gonna do this for everything? Are you just gonna go back and like add in all the stuff that you took out? And probably so. The answer is probably yes. That's why I tell people in like 2 to 3 years, Dying Light 2 will be awesome. It'll be really good. They'll add in all those things that the community tells them like, hey. Holy shit, that suicider blew up right on me and like didn't hurt me at all. Thank God. We should probably do this. You got me all riled up, Mill. No, I'm kidding. I was personally, you know, pretty let down by Dying Light 2, but it's my own expectations that let me down. I expected something different. That's it. It just wasn't what I personally wanted. Does that make it wrong or bad? Not at all. Does that make it not the game that I wanted? 130,000%. I wanted Dying Light 2. This is nothing but an expansion of Dying Light 1. And they were like, no, fuck that. That would be stupid. Nobody wants that. So weird. I want a game that gives us cyberpunk-esque, you know, kind of a, or even Dead Island talent trees, to where we can kind of like build our character how we want. Everybody doesn't have the exact same combat abilities or parkour abilities. Like, it depends. What did you build into? And if you want to build differently, you have to respec or make another character. You know, I liked the RPG focus. You know, give us gear and stuff like that to really like get our character how we want them. But don't make all the entire skill tree the exact same for everybody. Like, what the fuck is that about? And in a sense, I get it. It's like, you're all Aiden. We want you to play this character that is Aiden. And I'm like, that's great and all, but what if I don't wanna? Like, is that worth it, Techland? To just say like, well, we want you to play like this and we want you to play this character, and if you don't, you're not gonna have a good time. You know, that didn't seem like the answer to me. Oh no, it's Dawood! Oh. And there he goes.
Sammy, it's Mr. Crane. Are you in here?
Please don't hurt me.
Why would we hurt you? Kid's like, don't kill me. My dad was an asshole. I promise I didn't tell him to leave you. Like, no, no. Fair's fair, kid. Come out. Come out here. I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass, kid.
Go away. Leave me alone.
There are some things from Dying Light 2 that I miss in Dying Light 1. Don't get me wrong. We've talked about, like, man, I'd kill for, like, my paraglider. And not the pizza suit that slowly diminishes in durability and is just like a regular glider. I want my fucking paraglider.
Easy, kid. Hey, it's all over. You all right?
My dad got hurt. He said he's becoming like the other sick people, and that he couldn't protect me anymore. He said if I came out of the cabinet, he would hurt me, but that once he was sick, I'd be safe, because he wouldn't remember I was in there.
Your dad saved your life.
In
Where
my
is
own
he?
personal preference,
He's
though,
gone. There's
Dying Light 1 still
nothing anyone
reigns
could
champ.
do. Now listen, I have to get you back to your mom.
I wish I could have stayed with her.
Troy, it's Crane.
Go ahead.
I got a little boy here. He's been through a rough ride. He could use some spoiling.
I'll have someone
He's
there in
been
5
through a
minutes.
rough ride.
Can we get him
His
back to his mother at
dad
the
turned
tower?
into a zombie.
There myself if I have to.
Thanks, Troy.
Is this area technically safer? Should he go back to his mom in the tower, or should you bring his mom here? You want to sneak him back into the city? You just said this kid's been through a lot. Part of that was going through the sewers to get here. Think he's dead? Okay. We have to kill those guys for a quest. Which I really like that. I had completely forgotten about the website quests that you can activate and stuff. I am a big old fan. Nothing we really want here. I was trying to get all these, or a lot of these airdrops that are just like the static ones. I can't believe I kept getting killed. Like, we died like 3 times already. We are not having a good time. I mean, I'm having a fantastic time, but you know what I mean. Getting our asses kicked. We were like 3/4 to a level, and then we just lost it. Oh, there's a bunch of guys that we need to kill. We do need to just continuously heal for that quest. Hey, hey, hey. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, okay, that was a different guy. I was like, did that not kill him? When I jumped on the dude. I'm like, oh my god, he's getting back up. No. That's a kill. Yeah, I know some people really do, you know, enjoy Dying Light 2 as well. Like, I don't want to, you know, completely just, like, hate on it. It's not a bad game. It's a different game. Again, I just would have rathered something that they built off what they already had. To me, it would have been way more understandable if it was a different dev team. So like, oh, well, we want to put our own spin on it. All right, that makes perfect sense. Or if it was, you know, just meant to be different, like the intent was really put out there, like they did with Gotham Knights, like, hey, this isn't an Arkham game. Don't have that expectation. You know, we're making a different game. Yeah, and we're not calling it Arkham anything. Like, it's a completely different subtitle. But they didn't do that with this. With this, they kind of like piggybacked off of Dying Light 1. They were like, oh yeah, it's totally Dying Light 2. It's everything you love about Dying Light 1. We're just calling it Dying Light 2. And it's like, well, not really. Like, that's a different game. And that irks me, because it's almost like they knew people wouldn't like it as much, and so they like made that claim. No, it's totally like the other. And that irks me. That makes me feel weird about it. Oh god! Oh god! Okay. He was sliding around. Okay, guess we have to get in down there. Hey, gay. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I don't even want to fight you. Did we hit his thing? No. Okay. Okay, I think we got him. Yoink. Is this the main quest? No. Okay, good. What is this one? Clear out the office. Coffee, lighter gas. Alright. Yeah, we can do this. Excuse me? How do we get in? Is this not the way in? I don't think it is. There's no way to, like, slide in. This guy has to die. Oh, wrong guy. Like, yeah. Didn't quite kill him. There we go. Ah! I just hear them. I'm like looking around, like, where are they crawling down from? Couldn't see them. They're everywhere. Not away. Isn't there something to do? Like, isn't this electrified and we have to find the way to turn it off or something? Ow. Maybe not. Holy shit. I think I can shoot this guy. Oh. Are they in? No? Okay. Where's that gas guy? Pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, shit. They are in. Oh, right between the eyes. That guy's dead. All right, cool. Savvy told me about an outpost radio station. Wait. Yeah, that's the first one that we heard. Never mind. He already read that. Sure, I'll search some garbage. Like this, you know, how we were talking about with the grappling hook. I don't hate this grappling hook. Like, when you first get this, when you're playing the game, you're like, fuck yeah! And, like, it just makes getting around a lot easier. But in a spot like this, even though, you know, there's totally just a little climb part to it, I would, you know, like the Dying Light 2 grappling hook, where it's like, especially if there was the upgrade system, to where did you build into Batman grapple gun, or do you just have the normal grappling hook? So you could, like, run off the wall, really use your parkour and grapple, run up. And everybody kind of gets up their own distinct way. Yeah, I don't know why that isn't the better idea for Dying Light 2 of like, let's just build off of it and give people options, you know, a variety of things to do. Like, let's just do that. But instead they were like, let's completely scrap everything and just change it. It's like, okay, well, that's weird. You're the company that made it good. Very strange.
Oh. Hey.
Okay, we're getting into a lot of like first-person shootery areas. Like I said, normally we just respec and pull out a gun, but
Fuck, that was close.
ah, fuck.
Stop him before he runs again.
Cheese and crackers. Is there any stuff? It seems pretty, you know, combat focused. Yeah.
Leave him to me.
Ow. Jeez. Guns hurt. Oh, is that glass? Ball. Oh, we missed. There we go. Holy shit. This man's a crack shot.
Die, motherfucker.
Unstoppable killing machines. And there's one on that side. Because I need my arrows. Thanks. Is this just... There we go. I was like, why can't I get through there? It's glass. Oh, yeah. This doesn't look good. Oh, I fully expected people to pop out. Get him! Could still happen. Yep. Where are you assholes?
Take this, asshole.
Oh! Oh, that is a guy. Is that shooting through walls or is it... No, they're standing up right there. Ah, fuck! Heal. Put on 3 of these.
You think you're fast?
Oh my god, it is going. Wait. No? Could we see his head right there? That looks like we could probably see his head right there. I have no clue. I said I've beaten this game so many times and I still have no clue how it works. I'm just happy to be here. I'm just playing the game. Fuck, fuck. Who is this guy? Bullets do not hurt me. I'm talking for that guy. Bullets obviously hurt me. Oh, is R how we switch those? Hey, good to know. Can I just hold it? Hey, who knew? I need to make some arrows. I think the ranger arrows are better. Aim for the head. Really? I just pepper them with arrows. I have no clue how many I've made. I was just hitting the button. Oh, nice. That's like the same that we had on everything else. Oh. 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 You can only have a certain amount. Interesting. Oh, he's not dead. Go. Shit. Is he over there?
There you are.
Oh, fuck. He's kicking my ass. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. They're everywhere. Okay, that's not going through the wall. Got it. Oh, oh. Fucking trees. Oh, 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 oh. I panicked. Trying to. There we go. Oh.
He's killing everyone.
That I am. I got it right, Dad. My arrows keep going in the wall. Hey, gimme. Gimme, that's my arrow. I want it back. Fine, you jerk. Oh, yeah. A lot of arrows over here. All right. Is this my reward? Nope. Yes. Oh, we'll take that. Kind of look around for those more disaster relief packages in here, maybe anywhere. Shit, dude, they're fucking everywhere. Ow! And they're amazing at their jobs. How about that? Shoot fucking Molotovs at me. Fuck. They're getting good angles on me. I gotta get out of here. We took out a lot of them just now. Good lord. That dude shot me with a shotgun or something. Oh, didn't mean to pick that up. Yeah, that one explosive arrow we shot in here must have... Yeah, it was a pretty good shot. Pretty good chain reaction going on. Okay.
I talked to Jade and told her I worked for the GRE. She was so furious she hung up on me. At least I know where to look for her. Thanks to Troy.
She was so mad she hung up on me. Is that supposed to mean, like, is that really mad? It's the zombie apocalypse, man. I don't know. Seriously? Climb that shit. Talk to Jade. Nope. Hard. Aw. Yeah, well, that's back in the slums. Turned by Rise's thugs. Okay. I'll do it, but we may have to respec into our guns. No! Oh god! I just noticed after I jumped he saw me changing. I was like, I don't have my grappling hook on. I'm gonna die. Hello, sir.
Hey, friend.
Ooh, ooh! I don't want your pipe wrench. I will probably take your katana. Let's just buy these slowly so we don't accidentally buy, you know, multiple things that we don't want. Happens very easily.
My prices are more than fair.
More than fair? I don't know, man. Are they fair? Sure. It's when you start exaggerating like that I start asking questions. More than fair? Can't sell all of our coffee. That's for a quest. Oh, look, this thing hiding in here. We don't want these either, right? Yeah. All right. I think that's everything. These are the most fair-ass prices you've ever seen. Oh. Okay, that is a goon. We'll fight him. I don't want to fight demolishers. Guy, just don't get hit. Oh, there's a demolisher with him. Guy, oh my god, this dude. Just stop getting hit. You gotta get out of there, guy. But I'm not fighting that demolisher, so good luck with that. I don't get anything for killing him. Oh, that was a mistake and a half. Come on. Oh, shit. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. I changed weapons. It just changed. It was like, are you sure? Oh my god. Ah! 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 I didn't know. Take that! What's going on in here? I didn't know we were at the place. Why did I pick that up? I've got the room. We can sell it. Isn't that just the door on the other side? We should probably turn that flashlight off before it gets me fucking killed. Son of a butts. I was nowhere around there, sir. You never saw anything. That's how sneaky we are. Oh. Ha! Well, that didn't work. He killed Olga. Is that their name? You. Stabbing them in the chest. It's you. It is. At least I think it is. Doesn't count as a safe house until you kill everybody. Okay. Aha. And like we were saying, it may be the smarter idea right now to take our gun and shoot people. Let's take off the modified. Let's go to skills. Respec. Into firearms. It would have been cool to have the legendary system with like loadouts for your gear. That would have been dope. So like, what do I need to do at this moment? What do I need for this situation? I don't know, maybe we'll eventually get... Should I still take two-hand? We might get on people and have to fight them. Yeah. Yeah, maybe one day we'll get, you know, a dying light that is more open. So, like, you're just a character. Just build them, you know? Instead of it being, you're this specific person. And this is how they handle the zombie apocalypse. But I don't want to be them. Then don't have a good time. So, oh, okay. We did... Ooh, okay. You do no damage right now, right? Yeah. So we should just take this off. Where did I just fall?
Shh, quiet.
Oh!
I heard something.
Fuck. Oh, we're about to die.
Hey, you.
Hey, you.
What happened?
Uh-oh. Somebody saw us. Oh, that's a guy. Okay. Fucking people everywhere. Kind of scared. Yeah. Through the ground. No, it's not a thing. Okay. This dude looks like he's on, yeah, my level. What the fuck was that? Woo! Where did he go? Indeed. Just looked for the flashlight. He really likes to use them. Okay, that doesn't count. You know that I know that you know. But I don't know if he knows where I'm coming from. That'll work. Luckily, these guys all have ammo.
What happened? Where did he go?
Exactly. He's walking. Oh, okay.
Show yourself.
Got him. Anywhere could be a death trap. Guns hurt so bad. Okay, I need a way that I can get up and like run in. Okay, that's not gonna be it. Maybe. Okay, we've got that guy to move around. That other guy's completely lost us. Okay. Don't play tricks with him. Ah! Did we get him? Okay.
Hey, you.
Hey, you. What? my god! And that's why we're going hard guns. Shit like that. You're in here, you've killed everyone, and then boom, here come 6 more people, 4 more people with guns coming to murder you. How much damage is this gonna do when I'm leveled up? 920? Okay. I'll shoot through all this shit. Say I won't. Say I won't. Because you'd be very wrong, because I did. Oh. Oh, do you want me to get actually in the elevator? Okay. Let me climb in from the top. What's the problem? What's the problem? Got that. Here we go. Thank you for the ammo. What? This is where I was. I'm sorry, game. I don't think we're understanding each other. Oh. Oh, that's a door. Okay. That elevator door is a door?
She was so furious.
Yeah, we've heard it all, Crane. We've heard it all before.
Crane here.
Everything all right?
Everything is
I shouldn't be
definitely
seeing any
not
more
all
orange
right.
vests for a while.
You did it?
Yep.
I'll tell everybody thank you.
We've killed them all. I think that's really all, yeah, right? Okay, yeah, those are good and ready. 6K on that shotgun. Right, maybe fuck the Vulcan rifle. Maybe we should just walk in there with a shotgun and shoot everyone in the face, apparently. Yeah, 6K? That's insane. Okay, I think we'll go back to what we had. Need to respec. Not gonna lie though, like in Nightmare, especially when you're like running around, if you're using the safe house as well, just upgrading your firearms is not a bad thing. Just using your guns. Everyone sells bullets. Just fucking shoot zombies with the shotgun and you're good to go. Yeah, we need that bow damage. That's how I can drop those goons so easily. And virals. And they're just one shot, kind of. Okay. Alright, now it is just Jade. So we'll go to sleep. There's no reason to do this at night. I refuse. We're trying to maybe get 1 level at least, you know? Oh, let me check that website. Sorry, my mouse is swiping across. Where do I go? Oh yeah, quests. Oh, look, we got one. Yeah, picture of health. Is that the healing one? Get XP. 200 XP. How do we... Do I have to reload this? I think I just reloaded. Oh yeah, now heal 40 times. Nice, we did it! Alright, what's, we have to kill 30, 27 more zombies. Oh, it does count, the crafting. I think even the arrows counted. So we're at, or maybe it was just the arrows. We're at 23 crafted. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. What are we sitting at on medkits? We said we weren't sure if the medkits counted or not, but I need some, so let's get them. Regular medkits. How much did these make? Still just 2. Okay. They just take herbs. Why not? There was something that we used herbs on. It took like 40 herbs, but it's fine. Maybe we'll keep 40. All right, so we got all these med kits. Oh shit. That's right. I need to get technically to a vendor. Oh look, another drop. Oh, there's a drop right in front of us. There's a drop over there too. Holy shit, they're everywhere. It's a quest giver. Some of these are hard because there's usually like a goon or a demolisher. We just need some zombie juice on our face and then we should be good. Yep, goons. I will take this though. Just kind of cuz. Are they running across the water? Okay. They are! They are running across the water! I knew I heard this motherfucker. Give me my arrow back. Put your hands down. I need to shoot you in the face. Thank you. Maybe we didn't take the... I guess we aren't doing the goons one actually for the quests. We took the healing, the crafting, and we still have the kill 27 more zombies in general. Thank you. You hear it? I'm coming. He might not have been coming, but I heard him. I panicked. I juiced. Son of a butts. Make sure we get... Is that really it? It's just one? Okay. I guess because they've been here, it says, you know, rise. I don't know. Yeah, and it disappeared off the map. Okay, let's hit you first. Hello? Oh yeah, they're totally just going through. Let's get some of this underwater algae. I know I can make some stuff with that. That might be like my resistance booster. Which again, I really liked the upgrading system of Dying Light 2. So if man, that was in here. So, oh, you like your resistance boosters, huh? Well, you can upgrade those to where you're good at crafting them. I liked that a lot. Oh. Are you shitting me, zombie? I killed a zombie. What are you mad about? I guess I killed your friends too. You could I could say you're right. Come over here. None of these are zombies. Fuck. Okay. Come over here. Here we go. Get some zombie juice so we can do stuff while they fight things. Do-to-do. Do-to-do. Nothing to see here. Thank you. Alright, and I think we're just gonna leave with that. Kinda wanna... Yeah. Get 'em, zombies! Get him! Yeah, zombie brethren! Oh! He's out! Oh, another one! Uh-oh. I don't have zombie juice anymore. Yeah, keep shooting. Keep them mad at you. Jeez, this guy is wrecking. Like his life depends on it, because it does. Good job, guy. I am wildly impressed. Ow! Okay. Now you're gonna have to die. You're doing too good. He's doing so well that he turned to me. It's like, no, no. That was never part of the plan. I have to try and get off as many of these heals as I can. It's a quest. Are you a bad guy? You are a bad guy. Good night, sweet zombie. Can I? No? No? Okay, we can kind of make that one. We want to hit it straight on so we hopefully don't fall. Oh! Okay. I was aiming at something different. Wait. Under me?
Need some new gear.
Aha. Sure, I'll take some arrows. I think we're good. Yeah. Alcohol. All the alcohol you've got. It's hard living out there with zombies.
Stuff anywhere else.
Yep, and we can't sell our valuables. Jeez, why am I so broke? Oh, what's up, kid?
Are you Crane? Because you look like him.
Yeah, I'm Crane. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you all alone?
My dad passed away a couple of days ago, but he taught me how to survive. Listen,
Damn.
mister. Dad left a stash for Crane.
Oh,
If
shit.
you really are him, and you can prove it, I'll give it to you.
Okay, well, how can I prove I am who I say I am?
Go outside and show me how quick you are. My dad said the real Crane was faster than anybody. So try to be real quick, mister.
You try to be... Did you give me a quest? Oh, yeah, challenge right there.
Oh, don't you worry, kid.
Okay, yeah, and look, it's just experience, which isn't terrible. Like if I need some experience to just farm on, we have the challenges. But I was talking about that with Dying Light 2. Like I am way more likely to do those challenges because I get experience and I can use it on something. Whereas in Dying Light 2, I get experience, but I can't use it on anything. And so I don't see a point in any way, any reason, form, fashion to do other quests. Stadium, player... that is our fast travel straight to Brecken's. Is it in here? Or is it upstairs? Yeah. Let's do that so we can turn in the coffee and then we'll just come right
I
back.
talked to Jade and told her I worked for the GRE.
We know,
She was so
Crane.
furious she hung up.
Jade hung up on me. I talked to Jade and she hung up on me.
Special deal for you.
Ooh, 331 on that golden. Oh, and only 10,000. Oh, I'm taking it. We've been stacking our like just regular, you know, weapons that we can pick up from people.
You won't find better stuff anywhere
Just for whenever
else.
we do need to craft some stuff. We've got a gun to craft. We got, well, I'm not going to use the silenced. Yeah. We got the 2 katanas. What were we doing? Coffee. Coffee. Actually, let's turn these in.
Oh man, this means we can survive for the
Almost a
next couple of
level.
days at least.
I
Thank
hate it
you
when we
so
get
much.
that close. It's like, if you die, it's all gone. Okay, here's the coffee.
You are a lifesaver. Those coffee nuts are dangerous. They're basically volatiles that can talk.
Coffee
They
nuts.
only talk about one thing.
You've got the coffee nuts.
Nobody is safe now.
Okay,
Rice went completely insane.
here you go. Here you go. Here you go.
Bandages. Awesome. People love bandages. At least the ones who need them do. Other people don't really care so much. But the guy who lives across the hall from me just shut off his thumb.
There's a
So he's
protection
really gonna
quest down
appreciate
there.
This stuff. Say, you didn't see any loose thumbs out there, did you? When he shut it off, it kind of flew out the window. It would look like
Good
a
lord.
chicken nugget with a bullet hole. No? Well, keep your eyes open.
For bullet holes. Or chicken nuggets with bullet holes in them. Got it. There's another protection quest over there. Okay. Let's check these out. I remember this guy.
What are you doing out here?
Isn't this the fishing guy?
Digging for worms to go fishing, of course.
Yep.
What else is there?
You want a list?
No, I want to go fishing. I am Omar Boss. And if you will take me to my secret fishing spot, I will reward you with something I couldn't care less about. But you are wonderful. Deal?
Deal. Let's get moving.
Good.
Is there a mural thing right here?
Just need to pick up my fishing gear.
Maybe there was, and it was like right there. This can sometimes be like good, easy EXPs, and then sometimes it fucking sucks. They just keep running into zombies. Like they have just an extreme death wish. Oh shit. I wonder if I can do this. Quick, give me my reward. Quick. Thanks. All right, let's go. He's even further under me? He's not getting attacked, so that's good.
Do you
All right.
fish?
No.
Word.
You should. It's good for your soul. And you can eat them. My rod
You can eat souls?
Carbon fiber from Master 2. You haven't asked, but I know you're curious. I sold it to my good friend Rashan, but I think he's some sort of a monster now. So what does he need with it, huh?
Seems this epidemic's working out all right for you, Omar.
Impractical, like the fish in the sea. Nothing is all bad, except mosquitoes.
Agreed. Agreed. They're all bad. Fucking mosquitoes. Oh.
In water, he is no match for me.
Oh shit. Okay. He grabbed the ledge. I'll take it. Or does it sound like there's a...
I smell fish. You can keep fighting without me.
No, we're good. Let's go find the fish. Did you hear that goon though? Be super careful, bro. Oh shit! No, don't blow it up. Oh my god, we can't let him hit right there. He's gonna blow up that fucking barrel and then everything's gonna go to hell.
I am surrounded by monsters.
There we go.
I am surrounded by sharks, and I am their chum. Help me!
You're not surrounded. What are you? Calm down, sir. And I am their chum. Come and get me. Thought she was going for him for a second. Where'd she go? Oh, she fell down. We missed our opportunity to kick her. So we created another one. Oh my god. Oof. Ow! What the fuck? Ah, fuck. Jeez, dude.
Oh, no. He wrote his
I don't
stupid
want that
name on
gun.
it. I'll kill him.
He's dead,
Are
bro.
we done?
I have everything I need. Take me to the fishing spot, my good friend. The fish, they are summoning me.
They await. I know I was at full health. I wanted to get in that extra one just for the quest. Oh! Just trying to do the takedown. I guess I didn't have enough stamina. Jeez, he just took that one, huh? Okay.
Oh, this has been a great experience for you.
Not really.
I was going to pay you in fish, but when we were in the pawn shop, I saw this and thought you might want it instead. If you prefer fish, you will have to wait until I catch some.
I'll take this.
Okay.
It'd be dope if you could come back for fish.
And may the fish be with you always.
And also with you. Let's let him go. Okay, yeah, there we go. Let it get off the map. He's about to walk in, and then like 15 zombies swarm him, and you lose. Aww. Fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, I've never seen this. Thank you for 7 years. Yeah, so it was like 7 years of fucking open development. we're just working on the game. Still? Yep. It's fine. I think everybody again appreciated it, enjoyed that, like they kept just developing the game. And then they were like, you know what we're gonna do for Dying Light 2? Scrap the whole thing. Oh, that's so nice though.
Sir, I really must speak to you on a matter of great urgency. You will profit in both pocket and wisdom if you just give me a moment of your time.
Yeah, no offense, but you sound like a salesman.
I am Farouk Korkmaz, expert sales associate. Cleaning products and services. Opportunity for you today, sir.
We're just having a conversation while fighting zombies. Let's get back to it. I don't want to buy anything.
All right, Farouk, let's get going.
You will not regret this. It's a tough time for sales. It's really death out there, what with all the death and so forth.
And yet
Lol.
you soldier on.
Hose 'em and close 'em. That's what I say.
I say that too. I don't know what it means, but sure. This man is out here hosing and closing. No refunds. Ah! What the fuck? I did the grapple. Yeah. What the hell? Game was like, no, you didn't. He's murdering you. Good luck with that. Oh, we're gonna save this man. Oh, look, Survivor helping Survivor. Nice. Good job, guys. I'll take the reward. I'll split it with you later. Ooh, yes. We actually leveled up. We didn't die. Huzzah! That's a win for everyone. Get your damned hands off me. Oh shit. I didn't even notice. He was getting fucked. Like hard fucked. This man. No arms, just watching. Ah! Get off him! No refunds! You heard the man! Shit, 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 shit. Do we have enough time? There we go. No refunds! Yeah, a big part of me wants to go back to doing unarmed fighting because it's so bad. Oh. But so fun. Just doing all the takedowns. But it's just, it's so bad. Sorry, I'm trying to get my chair in a position. I accidentally moved my cushion. Get my lumbar support in the right area. Oh, shit. Look, man, you want to get drunk? Somebody left this in their car. And I stole it. Dun 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 dun. Where are we going, sir? Oh, thanks, guy. He saved us. Smash! We do need to use more heavy attacks. They're just so good. Get your damned hands off me, zombie! And he broke a hip. Ah! Survivors carrying me along. Broke that zombie's hip.
Delivery. Probably out getting Anderson. Hope you find some.
Yeah, just for now, let's put it here.
Also, it's automatic reorder, so you'll get 2 more bottles next month.
If anything, we'd just swap out the two-handed sword for the unarmed and we keep the bow.
Sometimes they start shooting at me. We should get going.
What?
You know, I usually feel good about helping people.
What are you, the Peace Corps?
Jeez. Having played Dying Light 2 and now, you know, going through this one, it really does make me think to all my, like, fun zombie games. I want to play Dead Rising 4 again, or I always forget, is it 5? Is it 4? Whatever one that is. I want to kind of play Resident Evil 2 again. I miss them. I am a zombie game kind of person, it seems like. Oh, he's spinning him around. Exactly, sir. Let's go. This guy's got the longest protection quest I've ever seen. Oh, hey-oh. Is that what we're calling them now? Protection quests. Hey. Oh! Don't you fucking shoot him! Don't you fucking... Oh, man.
Delivery.
Random man with a gun. What's happening? Oh, okay, he's delivering. I thought he was, like, dead on the ground. He has succumbed to his wounds. I went from Dying Light 2 to Dying Light 1. Well, I not originally, but earlier. Like when before I started playing this game, I was like, I'm going to do a Dying Light 2 New Game Plus run. And then after playing it, I was like, oh shit, I really miss Dying Light 1. So we just came back and did a Dying Light 1 New Game Plus Nightmare run. Just because I've beaten this game like 6 times. But it's super fun.
If I catch you poaching my customers, I'll shoot you.
Hope it's going well, Naya. What's up? What's up? Yeah, this game's just been out for so fucking long that I would assume most people, like if they've been playing games in the last decade, probably played Dying Light 1 first. But I've always said I would be interested to talking to someone who played Dying Light 2 first and see which game they like better. Like, is it just nostalgia and like preference? Or, you know, is it kind of an all-around that everyone just likes Dying Light 1 more? Reverse psychology? Nah. I'm gonna start from here to trick myself into thinking. One day Dying Light 2 will be great, though. As of right now, my favorite game in the whole world. Dying Light 1, on the other hand, probably still my favorite zombie game. And I said, we'll more than likely start doing some evening streams. Were those both the guys to protect? Yeah. To get in Dead Island as well. I've talked to a few different people on stream now who have played Dying Light 1 and Dying Light 2 and have never played Dead Island. And I was just like, oh man, I've got to like show that off. That game is so good. Where was the fast travel in this place? It's in my room, right? That's a mirror. There it is.
talked to
Yeah,
Jade
Dead
and told her I worked for
Island,
the
the
GRE.
where it all
She was
started.
so furious she hung up on me.
So like the progression building, open world, zombie main quest, side quest, outbreak, and where this universe comes from. So like the Dying Light universe is part of the Dead Island universe. The first like remnant, or the first appearance, I guess, of the outbreak is in Dead Island. You're at a resort and you play one of 4 different characters, and it's crazy to me the way I understand why in Dying Light they changed the gameplay design, but in Dead Island it's more of like Borderlands. You know, it's a looter shooter, so hack and slash, but like you also have guns. But they have it set up to where you don't have like a skill tree like this where everyone's gonna max this out and have all the same stuff. Everyone's gonna max this out, have all the same stuff. Everyone's gonna max this out, all the same stuff, until you decide to do your legend tree differently. In Dead Island, it's like Borderlands, to where this character is the blunt weapons specialist. They have 3 trees you can build into to build them into the character you want, who is the blunt weapon specialist. This person is the throwing weapon specialist. They have 3 specific unique trees that are meant for... Are they unique? I'm pretty sure they're unique. Yeah, because the throwing weapon dude has the boomerang thing. Yeah. And you can build these characters however you want. They have their own voice lines and everything. Really, the biggest difference between that game, the you know, Dead Island and Dying Light, is the parkouring. It was made at a time where we didn't ledge grab. You know, you climbed things. So even in Dead Island, there are quests where it's like, stack these crates so you can climb through this window, because there's no such thing as ledge grabbing or like vaulting or parkouring. So that was like something Dying Light added, and it was, you know, it was fantastic. But they also kept a lot of what Dead Island had: the crafting system, shops, quests, side quests, you know, being able to build your character how you want. And so that was my, again, we said it before, we'll say it again, my gripe and disappointment with Dying Light 2 was it didn't feel like a progression from Dead Island to Dying Light 2. It felt like Dead Island to Dying Light to then they scrapped everything and just kind of like piggybacked off the marketing of Dead Island and Dying Light 1. They were like, oh yeah, Dying Light 2, if you love Dying Light 1, you're gonna love this game. And it's just like, that's not true. That's kind of a fucked up thing to do, because it's what people didn't want. You know, it was one thing with like the Arkham games, and when Gotham Knights came out and the devs had to keep saying, even though people didn't listen to them, this is not an Arkham game, this is a new Batman series, and we're gonna put our, oh look, they have a Dying Light 2 mural right there. Some good old marketing for Dying Light 2 and Dying Light 1. But yeah, the Techland didn't do that. Techland didn't say, hey, this is a different game, you know, we're going in another direction. No, they fucking super piggybacked off Dying Light 1. They're like, this is all the things that you loved, it's gonna be great, but now there's a choice system, we're just expanding. And it's like, no, that wasn't true. That was a flat out lie. But from what we've seen from Techland, there's a mural in this game saying thank you for 7 years. They're going to keep developing their game for like a decade. So in like 2 to 3 years, Dying Light 2 will be a good game. It'll be more fleshed out. Whereas right now it's a parkouring game in the Dying Light universe. It's Mirror's Edge 3. I think anyone can have a good time with Dying Light 2 as long as they go in expecting that. If you're going in expecting, you know, a complete just like progression off of Dying Light 1, it's not there. Don't expect that. You're not going to get it. Hello, friend. A slice. There's a man in that room. Okay. A slice Where'd you even come from? This man climbed into the roof. Oh, he climbed through that. Yeah. Ah! Glad you just had your dinner. Why? Because the detail was so good. Look, we just cut that man in half. Did your dinner look like this? Sorry. But that looks, you know, super tasty if you didn't know it was a human. Everybody likes ribs. Is somebody attacking me from... I think he's swinging at me from the other side of the wall. No. Oh, I can't open it while I'm about to swing. Okay. Ribs are the fave, right? Swipe. Look. Oh, I thought he was giving me the peace sign for a second. It's like, no, don't attack. Ah! Classic Night of the Living Dead. I'm not a zombie head chopper. I just watched the original Night of the Living Dead like yesterday with someone. It's a good watch. It's a good watch. You know, again, it's that same thing of like how we were saying with Dead Island and Dying Light, like these progressions of the zombies that we are used to and, you know, experiencing now. It was awesome to go back and watch that early Night of the Living Dead. And also just like how slow everything occurs in that movie. It's like, all right, we got to go get this thing. And then like you have to watch them go get that thing. Whereas in movies today, it's like you see like a clip or a montage and they turn that 15-minute activity into 2 seconds. It was really funny. It's a good watch though. I'd say if you've never seen the first Night of the Living Dead, go check it out. How do we want to do this? We're trying to get to that over there. I'm going to need some camouflage. We might be able to kill her and then take it. Oh. Oh my god, they're all so mad. Quick. Zombie juice. Zombie juice. Zombie juice. Okay. See how they shut up? I am one of you. I am one of you. I don't think she believes me. I'm one of you. I am but a zombie. I love the zombie juice graphic. I love the idea of the zombie camouflage. And it becomes a real strategy. That's, again, one of the things that I feel like in Dying Light 2, they want you to build your character. And my strategy in situations like that is like I just did there. You know, try and take out one zombie on the outskirts and then juice up, put the guts on my face. Oh, look. And then go in there. Whereas I have friends... Okay, that didn't work the way we wanted. I have friends who are more the firearms person. They're like, all right, I'm going to clear this area out or I'll watch your back. And I'm just going to shoot all these zombies like while you're lockpicking. And I don't understand why they were against that. You know, no, we're doing this RPG focus, but let's give everyone the same skill tree. Let's get rid of the legendary tree, the in-game tree, just cuz. Juice up might be the most correct phrase for putting zombie guts on you. We're juicing. We're juicing. We're putting the zombie juice on. It is the same thing that like, oh. See? Stuff like that. It's so great. It's physics-based. So everything just reacts naturally. In Dying Light 2, they were like, you know what? Fuck the physics-based thing. Who cares about real-life physics-based looking stuff? You know what people really want? Stylized animations. So they just really want to see your hands move in like a cool way when you throw a zombie. But they don't want the zombies to react to the environment like due to physics. They want the zombie to fall the exact same way. Like it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, what I was saying, in Dying Light 2, we would call it juicing whenever we were putting on our toughness booster. Juicing up. But I don't have a toughness booster in this, technically. So when we put on our zombie camouflage, that's our juicing now. Oh my god. Ugh. Where are you, fucker? Come on. Come on. Oh, so good. Hey, you landed on the trash. You should be fine. Oh, your head fell off right there. Okay, that makes sense. What do we got here? Zombies or people? People. Did I though? Was it a big mistake or like... I do miss my arrow parkour, so being able to jump in the air and, you know, slowing down time while I'm shooting people, like that was always dope. But again, I feel like it fit very well with the RPG aspect of like, oh, you're built into this. Somebody who wants to build, you know, two-handed weapons, why would they want to spend a point into that? Just weird-ass design decisions all over the place. Oh, that's actually where we're going. Good one, zombie. You almost had me. Oh, shit. What? It's just a bandit guy. He was coming to rob us. I like this, though. This is something that they added in later that again, it's just like, it's a good solution to a problem. The idea of like, okay, you've killed Rise's men, you've killed the people around, and so, all right, you just pick up your supplies, and like, there's no more urgency. But no, they added in, there is urgency. Other people will come by and say like, no, I want that drop. And I thought that was a great addition to the game. Like that guy was saying, you know, hey, no, I need this. He's not on anybody's team. It takes out that idea of like, there's all these factions, you know, these people are good guys, these people are bad guys, and these people like these people. And it's like, no, this is just a dude on the street. You know, those guys who like, oh, I need Antizin, help me. Well, there's also some people who are like, fuck you, you know, I'm just here to kill you kind of thing. And I like that as far as immersion and lore. And not because I'm a bad person, like, oh, I'm just here to kill you because I'm a bad guy. Like, no, I'm here to kill you because I need suppressants. Oh shit, that guy is crack shot. No, I'm trying to throw. God dang it, game. I was pressing 1 to throw my accessory and he wound up his weapon. And I was like, what's going on here? Luckily, we didn't have a shit ton of experience like before, but it sucks. Yeah. That's why it is a good idea to pick up those drops. You know, anytime you see a drop fly in or there's just a static drop on the map, if you get those disaster relief drops, that's just experience that you're kind of not banking, but you know, you're not going to lose it when you die. If you can hold on to enough of them, you can just turn them in and get a level. Sometimes I just forget how much I have, and so I turn them in too early though. How do we up, it is saying? Oh yeah, I remember this place. Okay. It would be nice though, game, if you gave me a go pick up your supplies thing. I wouldn't be mad at that. if whenever you died, they did the thing of like, all right, a timer comes up or something. You have 5 minutes, 1 minute even, to get back to your body. And there may be, you know, people there looting you. And you've got to get there, kill them, grab your stuff, and then you can get your experience back. I think that would be awesome. Look, these fuckers are still here. Oh, no, they're not. Okay. It's just a random guy. And those are our friends. Those are not. Oh, shit, I should have juiced him. Oh, it's about to be nighttime. Oh, this is... Okay, that's right. This is the other hub.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, we're
See
going
a
to do
woman
this and then
named
we'll
Jade
rest.
Aldemir? She's got long dark hair. She's tough as nails.
Yeah, she was talking to what's his name over there.
Thanks.
Oh. Oh, what's his name? Right over there, huh?
Jade? Jade, are you here?
Actually, Jade, hold that thought. Somebody's got a quest up here.
Damn it.
Crane, I'm Mort Norris. Worked in the town hall before the outbreak. Modernization of maintenance of hydraulic infrastructure department. Oh, one hell of a job, I'm telling you.
Nice.
Miss it more than I miss my kids these days.
Okay. So, you wanted to ask me something?
Yes, I was supposed to get water running in my neighborhood again, but I can't because of those damn undead and it's killing me. Could I persuade you to do it, please? It would be a great civic gesture, appreciated by tens, maybe dozens of people.
Oh, what would I need to do?
Just redirect the flow of water again. That's all. It'll be such a help. It'll even get our beautiful fountain up and running again.
Yeah, right. So, what do you want me to do then?
Great, great, fantastic. You just have to get to these 3 pumping stations and switch the valves. Here, I'll show you where they are.
Which he has just done. He just showed you. You didn't see? He just showed us. Whoa! Not where the door is. Where's the fucking... I can't find the way back in. Oh yeah, it was behind him. It was over here. Ow.
Want a deal?
Want a deal? Do you want a deal? Do you want to do a deal? Can we do a deal? Oh, you're gonna do a deal with him, huh? Calm down, sir.
Anything you need, I got it right here.
Anything I need? Hey, guy.
Hey, can you help me? I'm looking for a young woman, dark hair, petite, takes no shit from anyone. Her
Tough
name's
as
Jade
nails.
Aldemir.
Yes, she was here.
Whenever I'm describing someone, that's all I do too. I just lay on how thick I love them. They're the smartest person you've ever seen, the most beautiful person you've ever seen.
No, but you're Crane, right?
A body like, damn.
This for you.
She's super hilarious.
Well, I can't say for certain, but she did ask me to tell you, not again. Don't know what that's supposed to mean.
She was leaving messages for me
One more thing.
with other people.
You ever use a rifle out there? If you do, you should see our gunsmith, Rupert. That guy can craft a howitzer from a pop gun.
A silencer would be more useful, but where would I find him?
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't been in his workshop for a while. You might want to try his flat.
Maybe I'll do that.
Rupert. Hey, guy.
Did you hear that loud music? Someone turned it up on purpose. I wonder why. That guy must have a death wish.
Goo, 10,000 experience. Do you just get a... I didn't look at how much that other guy was giving. Do you just get a shit ton of experience here? Oh yeah, that is Spike. Fuck. I don't want to give him my drops, because it's definitely not a level. Where was... Oh, it just wants us to leave. Maybe we should just leave to get that going. We gotta talk to that gunsmith
Jade,
or whatever.
this is Crane.
There we
Do you
go.
Copy. Jade, can you hear me?
Jade, please. Please, Jade,
Troy,
please.
this is Crane. Do you copy?
Please, Jade.
I was just about to contact you. Savvy broke through the jamming, and I think you better get back here. You have to see this.
Why? What do I have to see?
You have to see it for yourself. Just get back
Why?
here, all right? I'm serious.
Seriously, there are zombies everywhere. Just fucking tell me over the radio. What's your deal? Turn the water on. Oh, yeah, those are all the valves. Music. All right, we've got a lot of things to do. Do you believe? That's the 10,000 music. Gunsmith. We still haven't gotten all the lighter gas yet. Jerks. Okay. Let's go here. Go grab the music. Actually, like we said, we're gonna go to sleep first, because it's pretty scary out there right now.
This looks pretty comfortable.
Oh. Oh, so comfy. We may have left at night and gone to the quest, you know, just to try and get some more XPs, but there's this right here. This drop right next to us that I'd like to get. Get some of that zombie juice. Hey, 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 I'm one of you. I'm one of you. I just happen to know how to pick locks. Don't be jealous. You guys jealous? Is that why you're attacking me? You jealous ass zombies? Hey, friend. I'm just gonna... There you go. Oh, there's another drop, like, right there. Okay, wait, wait, wait! Move! Zombie juice. Excuse me. Ooh. Okay, that's Rise of Soldiers, yep. They could have guns. They probably have guns. Oh, they're inside. Might be able to just sneak one. Maybe like this. Ah! No! What are you doing? Let go of... Oh my god, I pressed E to break his neck and he starts lockpicking. This is fine. Aha! What? Reinforcements. What a dick. That was cool. Like, fuck this guy, get him! Comes running out of nowhere. Like I said, I love that when it's not just the enemy standing right here. You have that urgency. I'm like, oh no, other people are coming in. And they're... Oh, fuck! And they're dicks. Yeah, exactly what we're talking about. They like keep coming because they want that fucking drop. See that big hole in that guy's head? God, they're superhumans. What the? All right. I missed. He's still alive. How about now? Good God. Who are these guys? honestly, we just killed Rise's best fucking guys. He just refused to die. Do I have to get in from the... Where are you telling me to go, game? Ah! Yeah. Finally stayed in their rooms. No, you're all good. Get him! Ground him!
I know why you are here.
Why am I here?
Your
Eshok?
nemesis awaits you. He has waited a long
No, it's
time.
pronounced I'm
Sounds like
Shaq.
you've met him.
I changed it.
He once sought my visions for his advantage, but I will
really
not share
admired
my gift
Shaq.
with such a man as him. With you, I will.
How much will that cost?
The price will be high, but your payment will not be
These
to me.
Wolverines.
Now you will go to the river. There is a pungent nightshade that reveals itself
Ah, to be
only
a
in the
child.
moonlight. The smolder
To know
of its
nothing
embers enables the seeker
of consequences and
All out, are we?
thinking ahead, just living in the moment.
Maybe I will. But in the meantime, you should shut off the music. It draws attention.
Nothing enters that I do not wish. Now, I must prepare my mind.
Boy, do I hate him. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Mia, man, I usually get along with kids. You know? They're cool. They're whatever. You just gotta, I'm not gonna say like understand them. I don't have kids. You know, kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure you know this, it's like, they're kids. They're, for lack of better words, dumber, Not your kids specifically, kids. They just don't seem to care, right? You need that they don't have that sort of, wisdom comes with. Dumber comes when they hit puberty. It's curiosity with no wisdom. But that's it all. It's okay. It eventually comes. Usually, there are those people who are what we call affluent. I was born so rich and not knowing how to live in a normal world. I am affluent. I do not understand normal people consequences. Eventually, children have their little hearts broken just like the rest of us. And they learn. Their little tiny souls crushed. And became even poorer when I had kids. Same, except without the kids. I was born poor. And now that I have to do everything on my own, I'm poorer. Ha! Kids commenting on money. Another thing children do not understand. It's hard to really understand resources until you're getting them for yourself. Until that point, you kind of... You don't know, I think that's kind of a good thing, too. I don't know if it's very beneficial for, children to understand the concept of, rich and poor. But it's one of those things that you don't really get until you're older. Grown-up kids, right? mean, and you know, I don't blame kids in that sense. Kids are just doing what our society is teaching them to assure yourself that you have the answer to everything, and whatever you think is right, you just need to know how to defend it. And we know that's not true. Well, like, that's not a good way to look at things, but kids aren't taught the idea, you know, of philosophy, and that what you think is right may be wrong, and so you should look for the right answer. You should ask questions. You know, our society literally tells them to shut the fuck up. Like, you are to be seen and not heard. About having 8 kids, that 4 kids are adults and the rest are not, and still I see no difference with most of them. Well, you still know them as kids. Like, you still know that understanding. That like childlike thought process that, you know, can come with their thoughts. You've seen it. You know how they think, but they, you know, you've seen the progression. Yeah. They might think differently now. Oh my god, we're gonna die from turning this fucking valve because he's gonna take 10 years to do it. Oh! Ah! No! It's fine. Oh, are we saying 21-year-olds are adults? I think we always do that too, like adults. You know, as you get like a decade older, you're like, oh man, I remember being that age, and I thought I was an adult. Still dumb. You know? I remember being in my 20s and thinking like, and now I'm a grown up. And then I remember getting out of my 20s and being like, what an idiot. Uh-oh. We're alive. Okay. But that's why guidance is the best thing. I was talking to a friend, kind of like, this correlates of like, we were talking about different industries, different markets in not just, you know, Western society, but in the world where there's that underhandedness. There's a success part to it that comes from taking advantage. And we were saying, like, you know, what do you do? Do you regulate so that people can't take those advantages? Do you, and in that sense, you punish the people who aren't taking advantage? So like, what's the, how do you get everybody to play by the rules, or just to have empathy to where they're not using someone else's disadvantage to their advantage? And the answer a lot of times is just like, oh, it is like upbringing. There needs to be an ethical part, a philosophical empathy part that we learn when we're being raised. That us winning is not the end all be all, because it may not be good for, you know, others. So like, I don't want to say parenting, you know, is the answer to like make good adults, but it is like upbringing. Like what you go through in your life will kind of dictate how you see the world, and then how you go about living your life in that world. Holy fucking shit. Oh, definitely. And I'm always saying, like, I'm that person that when people say like, well, you know, you can't just blame your parents, and parents are trying their hardest, and you don't know what a parent's going through until you're a parent. I get all that. I was just an abused child, you know? So I know there are parents out there that, like, you know, like the evangelical parents who are like, I'm doing what's right by telling you you can't do anything that you want. I know the right things for you, and you're just supposed to do what I say because the Bible says so. And if you don't, I'm going to fucking hit you. You know, that's not a parent just not understanding. That's a parent making a choice, you know? And I'll give the benefit of, like, back in the day, like my parents are like country bumpkin kind of people. Like they're, you know, raised in the church and on a farm, and it really is like you have kids to help you do your work, but they didn't, you know, take into account modern day society. They didn't ask questions. They just did what was done to them. And so it becomes the, I don't know why this is good parenting, bad parent. I just know this was done to me, and so that's what I'm doing. And there are times where that's not good. That's not good. And I just always say, like, we need to look out for those kids, because we don't want to invalidate their feelings. I've had that done to me a lot, of just like, you know, no, you can't blame your parents. Like, I'm not blaming, you know, just in therapy or learn to kind of like pinpoint where the traumas come from. You know, how you saw it, whether that's exactly what happened or not. What's the perspective that you had that is causing a negative? And I think, you know, again, it's easier for a parent to look at themselves and say, like, is this good, or is this bad for my kid? If they were raised to do that, you know, as a kid. And to say, like, maybe I'm doing something wrong, even though, like, I think I'm doing something completely right. Maybe it's not the best thing. Maybe we should try maybe we should talk. Maybe we should communicate with other people. But our society doesn't teach people to do that. Again, our society teaches shame. You know, you don't say when you don't know what the right answer is. You don't ask questions and share perspective. You don't parent other people's kids, like, kind of thing, too. You just say whatever life you were born into, that was the lot you were dealt, and good luck. And it's like, that fucking sucks. How do we get equal opportunity from that? You know, why did you vault that, Crane? What's your deal? 21-year-old learn one thing he won't learn until he hits his head himself, no matter what I say. So I just watch and observe. And I mean, that's good parenting. To have that understanding that you will not be able to preempt every problem. Sometimes you are just supposed to be the net. You know, you're just supposed to be the thing they can count on. Because the world doesn't just give you that. You might find some people get lucky and they get friends that love you like family. They get teachers that take care of them, people that give them opportunities. But the one, like, equality thing that is easy that we should all have is the idea of parents that want the best for you. You know, and want you to live a happy life. Not the happy life that they want for you, but they're going to support your dreams because they understand, you know, it's a different life. They will not be able to live it for you. And if they can understand that, then they can help you succeed without even knowing stuff. Like, I've had, you know, my parents, you know, or parent say, like, well, you know, I can't help you in, like, streaming, like, just because I don't understand Twitch. And I'm like, you don't have to understand it. You don't need to learn about the thing. And I think there's parents out there who get that and they don't let that stop them. You know, I can't help my kid succeed in this thing or progress in this thing because I don't get it. It's like, well, your kid probably doesn't need you to get it, you know, kind of thing. They don't need you to do it for them. They need that support to know if something happens or they have a question, you know, they need somewhere to turn to, that they've got that. That's a big deal. A lot of people don't know that, because a lot of people do have that. As someone who didn't grow up with that, that's a big deal. I was taught from a very young age that, like, I'm gonna be alone. No one is gonna care about me. I have to care about myself. And the government made my mom care about me until I was 18. And those are her words. The government says I only have to care about you this long. Her exact words. And she thought she was teaching me to be self-sufficient. Because she was taught that to care for children for no reason, like, you're not getting anything from it, you're just hoping, like, you're just helping them progress in what they want, that's spoiling a child. And then they will always rely on you 100%. And it's like, no, we know that's not true. We know that, What'll actually happen is kids will feel more comfortable with trying because they know they have the net underneath them. They'll take more risks. They'll try things on their own. They'll be more confident because they're not scared of what do I do if things don't go my way. Oh, well, you know, I have my mom, I have my dad. I have people I can rely on if I need to. That and self-perseverance, didn't I write that right? But you get it, right? No, I do. I don't even want to do it for them. I had to do this shit myself since I was 17. Younger, I don't count the years. I wasn't a mom. Well, and that's the thing too. Like that's the thing that doesn't correlate there. That, you know, for my parent is the weird thing to understand of like doing it for them. You know, there's different senses of that. You know, I had uncles or aunts and uncles who did my cousins like homework because they were like, oh, you're gonna get good grades and we know the answers and we know how to use the internet, and so like you're gonna get good grades, period. And it's like, is that bad for them? Yeah, probably, but like, are they getting better grades than me? You know? Yeah. But, you know, that's that sense of like, well, now that kid may rely on you and not do it on their own because they know you're just going to do it. Whereas it's another thing for a parent to say like, no, really try. And I'm going to help you to learn how to study. I'm going to help you to learn that you can try it on your own. You can go for it. You know, you can have confidence. And then if you have questions, if you don't know where to turn and you are lost, I'm here. That's what a parent is for. And it's the unconditionalness. Because like other people can do that. I've had other people in my life be that person. But they've kind of had a reason. You know, your parent is the person who you don't really know. There is no reason for it. It's what they call unconditional love. What parents should have. You know? It's nuts to me to see like serial killers who have parents who are like, that's still my kid. I love him. Because, you know, I know like not to say I would ever be a serial killer in any way, but my parent would not be that person. My parent would be the person who'd be like, I don't know what happened. I taught them better than that. It's not my responsibility. And they're just a bad person. You know, they must have just turned out bad. It's harsh, but in the same time too, like I've learned that I can't even be harsh in my like explaining of it. Like I said, I could just say that to someone, you know, explain the situation, and they'll say to me, it's happened a million times, like, well, you can't blame your parent. Like, well, what does that matter? Like, that's the Western U.S. shame thing of like, well, it's not their fault. I don't care whose fault it is. The consequence doesn't care whose fault it is. Trying to pinpoint it and like cope against it. So it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. And also, again, just not being a parent. Like, people will always like oppose me to be like, well, you just don't understand. It's like, no, I understand. I can get it from the sense of an abused child. And I don't think there will ever be a point where I'm going to accept, you know, because that is another thing that like my parent does. I will never accept that it was okay. Like, well, if an adult doesn't know what else to do to discipline their child and they hit them, that's a justifiable, understandable. Well, I didn't know what else to do. Then don't have kids. I've put myself in that situation. I know it sucks. And people are like, well, I want to have kids in my 20s. I want to have kids now. I'm ready to have kids. And I'm ready. And you'll never know when you're ready. So you just need to have them. Well, I need to be able to take care of them. You know, I need to be able to not have them be in the situation I was in. I know that not having money frustrates me. And so do I want to have them in that situation, or do I want to have them not be in that situation? And in that sense, is it not equal? Like, oh, so you mean rich people get to have kids before poor people? Well, the more financially sound should. But it isn't something like, you know, that's the problem with the abortion argument. of, well, you're making it okay for rich people to be able to handle this instead of making it equal so that everyone is able to handle it, you know? So the problem is not, you know, well, poor people should not be able to have kids. The problem's inequality. That's the problem. People should feel financially well off enough to support children who can't support themselves, because that can cause a frustration that leads to abuse. That's all I'm saying. And it, like, that argument always comes up where people are like, you know, I should be allowed to have kids. You are. But in the sense as an adult, look towards that future consequence of, and how well can we take care of them? Do we want the best for them? How much do we want them to struggle in their adult lives? Kind of thing. Sorry, let me catch up. Won't interfere with my grown-up kids' life, but if they need me, I'll always be around to catch them. See, that's what my parent kind of doesn't get. You know, nobody's asking. It's one or the other in her mind. Like, either I take complete control and you get no say, or you have to do everything on your own, and, you know, I get to kind of tell you, told you so, if it doesn't work out. It's like, well, it might have worked out with a little more support. It's like, no, you're if I don't get to make the decisions, you do it. And if it doesn't work out, I guess you should have let me make the decisions. And it's like, like that. It's a power thing. I have really intelligent uncles who have talked to me before too, and just been like, you know, they come from the same kind of upbringing, and it's a power thing. Of, if you do support that person and they're making their individual decisions and they succeed, well, what if they don't need you anymore, and then they're not going to call you, and you're just going to live alone, and then you're not going to have any family, and then what are you going to do? You know, and that fear shouldn't be there, because if you were a good parent, what your child wouldn't want to do, they wouldn't want to get away from you. You know, that's only a necessary if after your kid succeeds, they're like, oh, and you didn't help me, so I don't want to be around you. Which is my thing. Like, my parent is like, well, see, you know, music worked out for you and you moved away. And I was like, because you told me music would never work out for me, and like it was all just a stupid dream, and I should stop it, and I should move back, and I should be ashamed that I've left my parent to fend for themselves. That's why I left. Not because I succeeded. If it is one thing I would do is to become better myself at things, or to achieve things I never could, just to show them nothing is impossible. Right. And that's, you know, that is an abusive thing that, you know, some parents do, is they try to live their new life through their kids. You know, like, oh, I had a kid and now I get to do all the things through them that I never got to do. No, either do those things or not. That's an abusive thing. You're taking over your child's life. What about their wants? And then what you're doing that's actually, not you either, you know that too, Naya. I'm just saying you in general, you know, the formal you. You're teaching the kid not to ask questions, not to state their wants, to communicate their desires and disagreements. And like, that's not good for them. You know, that's also a bad thing, you know. And all these things I've learned through, you know, just going to therapy, learning, like, eventually, I've had people to say to me, like, well, is it like a validation that you needed to just know that you were right? And it was like, no, I needed a third party that I could trust wasn't telling me something for any reason. You know, like, oh, I'm agreeing with you because I want you to be my friend. I'm disagreeing with you because I'm your parent and it's my job to make sure I do the best for you. You know, like, no, I'm a therapist and I'm just a third party that's here to, like, bounce ideas. And through that, I was able to learn, like, oh, the things I experienced are not normal. You know, or they are, they're just not good. Taught my 21-year-old to always ask questions. Sometimes I'm regretting this. No, understandably, like, that's one of those frustrations that, again, as a parent, I would say is a good frustration. Like, and it's something that you accept and you come to terms with, of like, oh, I want my kid to have this ability. I want my kid to feel comfortable in doing this. And so I've taught them to do this, and these are the things that will come with that. But I know in the future, as a whole, that's good. That's something that will help them to progress and, like, again, understand their own feelings and communicate them. And so, like, yeah, as a parent, it's like you're taking on something that you know may be a frustration later, but it's because, you know, it's better for your kid. That's a good, and people talk about parental sacrifice. It's not really sacrifice when, you know, you have to put a dick in a vagina to make a baby. And no angel came down and put a baby in you and said it's not your choice. Like, it could have been a quote unquote accident, but it's not a sacrifice for, like, anything that you do for your kid. When I hear that from parents, it's like, no, that was your choice. The kid is the one making the sacrifice. They had no choice. What the parent has to choose is just, you know, do I get the easier ride or does my kid get the easier ride? And it's like, well, parent, you're an adult. You know, you can take care of yourself, you know, hopefully, in a sense. So wouldn't it be better if, you know, the kid was looked out for? And again, that's something from my own experience. My parent is like, no, like, yes, I have children, but I have to take care of myself, and they have to take care of themselves after 18, period. Like, it doesn't matter what's going on or anything, what they're going through. If it was, you know, how I raised them, you know, didn't set them up right. At 18, doesn't matter. You have to take care of yourself because I had to take care of myself. And it's like, well, is that something that you liked? You know, and that's what I have to ask my parent, because it's like, that's how they were raised. They don't see anything wrong with it because that's what their parent did. You have to take care of yourself because I had to take care of myself. All right, well, was that a good thing? Are you like, and thank you, parent, for putting me in this struggling situation? Or, you know, my thought is, I don't want my kid to go through the same things that I went through. So I'm going to make sure that I'm in a position to where they won't. At least with, like, finances, you know, kind of thing. And it's just weird to me that, and I guess not weird, because again, a lot of people do have kids when they're younger. So it's exactly what we were talking about, of maybe those things weren't thought about as much. Maybe they should have been. And again, at that point, we're not talking about, you know, who has the right to have kids. We're talking about education. That's why a lot of people who have, you know, more kids and are less able to take care of them, it's an education and, like we said, equality thing of, like, you weren't set up being told this is what you're going to have to take care of. This is what you're going to have to take care of. You should take care of your kid this way because these traumas will happen. We didn't have that. You know, people didn't care before. This is a new thing. So again, it's something I can't judge older generations on. I can't, you know, we weren't taught those things. Now we're teaching those things. And it's just one of those things of, like, now that we know, now that the information's out there, if you don't take it into account, that's not good. That's what the talks I've had with, like, the older generation in my family about, like, parenting and stuff. Like, sure, all the things you did before, I'm not asking anyone to explain, you know, so now it's time to get it right. You know, and or no, that is what I'm saying. Now it's time to get it right. But there is no, like, okay, go into the past, make the past traumas go away, make it all right. Like, no, that's not a thing. And also the sense of, like, get over it. It's not a thing. Just understanding. It's all about understanding. I said a lot of my traumas would be, you know, a lot easier to cope with if I had a parent that would just be like, my bad, and like, I didn't want those traumas for you, and I'm sorry that they're there. You know, how do we counteract against them? I've told my parent multiple times, like, hey, it would be great to get a phone call more than every 6 months. And it not be put on me. Like, no, you should be calling your parent. Sorry, my parent was extremely abusive to me, and like, I'm intimidated by my parents, so it would be nice to have them show that they actually care. But no, like it always causes an argument where my parent will be like, no, it's your job as the child to check on me. And I'm like, why? What is that? Where does that even make sense? Like, what? Why? And it's just because that was her job, to check on my grandma. That's how she was raised. And it's like, well, was that good? Did you like that? That like, it was all on you? No one was just calling to check up on you because you're their child? You know, just to see how you're doing? My mom has told me to, like, my face, with me, like, opening up, being vulnerable, saying, like, I can't do it all on my, I need help. And because I've learned racism is a big thing in the world, and, like, I have traumas with that. But no, I've been told, like, no, one, I won't help you. And two, I can't wait for the day when you don't call for help anymore. I'm like, what? That's why my parent has become the last person I will call, even just for emotional support, just to be like, hey, I just need to talk about something. I won't call my parent first because they told me they don't want me to. That's a problem for them. They can't wait until I don't do that anymore. When I will call and be checking up on them and say everything's fine, hey, I'm good, and thank you, and and let's just talk about the weather, you know, kind of thing. So I've learned, like, there's multiple other people I can call who like give a shit. And it causes an extreme anxiety in me where that if that ever is the last person I have to call, like, oh no, they're gonna be mad at me for calling because I'm not okay, because I need someone to say they care about me, because I need someone to be like, oh hey, I hope you succeed in life. My parent doesn't want that. My parent's like, no, if you were really succeeding, I should be okay in knowing that not talking to you for a year, you're fine, and I can handle my shit. And it's like, well, that's okay, cool, that sucks. If I could have chosen as a child, I would not have chosen that life for myself, you know? I would choose to have loving care and support. But we're not all that lucky. And so again, like, sometimes I'm just trying to be the perspective of that kid. Because a lot of times you do hear, like, it is parents, you know, and adults who can speak their part. A child can't speak their part. And you hear that as like an excuse. Well, like, again, victim blaming. Well, why didn't the child speak up? Because it's a fucking child. Especially if you're hitting them and telling them not to speak. Like, why would they? Sorry, let me catch up again. Well, I am happy he does, but to be honest, it sometimes backfires on me. I mean, it backfires in the sense of, like, you think you've answered or this answer is enough and they keep asking. Like, it seems like a backfire, but it's not, in the sense of, like, your overwhelming plan is to teach them life skills. And so, like, it's really just like a bonus, you know, that may not be a great happy bonus, but the bonus that comes with you teaching them skills is they will question you and they'll feel comfortable questioning you, which is a good thing, you know, because when they do get an authoritative figure who has like their job in their hands, but they feel like something's wrong Will they feel comfortable enough to question that person? Or will they see it as, no, just like with mom, just like with dad, I should just shut up and give them what they want, and then I'll get some of what I want. That's not good. That's not a good thing to teach people. Also has made me think about my own actions at times, which I'm grateful for. Right.
Done. Mort, any progress?
You know, that's a ethical, philosophical way of thinking, you know, like not just about your intentions. That's an evangelical kind of like, you know, God way of thinking of none of my actions can be bad because I have good intent. Well, that's the idea of, like we've talked about before, treat others the way you want to be treated. My intent is good and this is what I want. And so none of my actions can be bad. They're all good. No, treat others the way they want to be treated. Ask questions. Even that thing that you thought was good, make sure they like it. They want that. Because if they don't, that's a bad action. No matter how good you want it to be. And some people just can't see that. Like I said, my family is very Catholic. You know, and very southern farming, like people Catholic. And so they will not question. That is a sin to ask questions. If you say, hey, I didn't like this and this isn't good for me, but it says in the Bible and like at church, I learned that I'm supposed to be this way and I like this and homophobia is a good thing and I'm doing God's work. Why should I question if it's causing trauma on Earth to someone? I'm treating them the way I want to be treated. I'm saving them. Like, no, none of that sounds right. None of that sounds good if you're on the receiving end. Well, that's the crazy thing. Like, not to, you know, drive anybody off and get into Bible talks and whatnot. Having been raised so religious... I am one of those people that like, yeah, you're right. I was made to read the Bible and like study it, you know? So like, I know the idea of the Old Testament and the New Testament and that they are contradictory. The Bible is written in a way of this is how things were and this is why it was all bad. Even the Bible states things like the flood. That was a mistake. God in his young way of thinking, his or her young God way of thinking, did things that were hurtful to humans, that did not help and drove them away and did not create love. Then God sending his only son to die for us changed that understanding, and it is the New Testament of question everything, and you will make mistakes and other people will make mistakes, and you should learn to forgive them 770,000 times. You should never ever be without forgiveness because people will do bad things. Also, Jesus said the people who will hurt you most and are more likely to hurt you are the people of your own house. So those are the relationships that you really need to take care of because they're the easiest to falter in. So yeah, all of this is in there and like it blows my mind like having these conversations with like, again, my parent where I'm like, what the fuck? You don't even follow what you're saying you are following that showed you these like it's not even close. And go into like just, you know, religious people, evangelical stuff like that. That's what's always blown my mind with them of like, that's your reasoning of like why you're doing these things, but it's literally saying the exact opposite. Like, so you're not listening to the Bible or the teachings, you're listening to what other people have told you the interpretations of those teachings are. Okay, so what if those people are racist? Does that just make them right? We know priests were fucking little kids. That makes them bad, right? Who cares if they're fucking priests? They're pedophiles. They're abusing children. So they're bad people, right? It doesn't matter they're standing in the church. But no, that is a problem that church people have, like, and the clergy of like, I don't know, are they bad people? Of course they fucking are. What? This should not be a dilemma. but it is. Because people hold these quote-unquote teachings and beliefs higher than again, the idea of just consequence. What is that doing to this person, the victim? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuck the Catholic Church for that, you know? As much as I want to care, like I've said before, like religion can be a good thing. It can be a community building thing, and it can create empathy. It can be the thing that connects us all without there being a connection. But as soon as some fucking asshole fucking tweaks it to his own power and selfish ass rights, like what? You can't just say, well, because we still call it Catholicism, it's good. No. It's been tainted. You have to get rid of those people. If you don't, you can't just say like, no, it's still fine. The religion is still okay. Like, no, it's still tainted. Still has a problem with homophobia, secrets, you know, just so that they can keep power. Because people have to believe in you to give you money for nothing. But again, to move it into another subject, why do you think Donald Trump and Elon Musk got so big so fast? They use that same idea. I am like you, and I will interpretate the world for you and what you need and what you're shooting for. So give me money so I can create that world for you. You have religion and you have faith. These are two different things that most people don't realize. Well, even organized, when people talk about organized religion, I can bring it back to what I was saying, me and my friend were talking about, different industries, different communities, different markets in the US, you know, none of them can be inherently bad. It's people. We can't say organized religion is bad because it's not. It's people. It's people who are power mongering. And so we have to be very careful about that, of saying like, you know, this thing is inherently bad, because most things that aren't people, if we aren't personifying something, a concept, it can't be bad. It takes the action of people fucking over others. It takes exploitation. It takes, you know, disenfranchising of other people to make the thing bad. Oh, no, I'm not saying that you said that either, Naya, of like, I know you're just saying they are two different things. And I do 100% agree with that, of like, religion is a set, like, rituals of a belief and people agreeing on it. You know, that's kind of what organized religion is. And that is different from faith, which is, you know, your individual kind of relationship in whatever you believe in, your hopes and dreams. It doesn't even have to be people, again, personify God. And so they're like, I believe in what this person thing said. Where it's like, no, your faith can just be in good, in people helping each other. The idea of the good Samaritan. You just hope for the best for all others. That's faith. You have faith in the future and hope of others. That's faith. It doesn't have to, we don't have to include any sort of theology in it, you know, kind of thing. So no, yes, I mean, you are 100% right in that those things are opposite. But a lot of times when people even do separate those two things, the reason they're separating them is the black and white. And this is what we call it when it turned out bad. The only reason I bring that up is it's something that I've run into a lot of, like, when people are like, yeah, Catholicism is bad. And I'm like, not really. Like, especially if you could change the ideas, which you should be able to, of like, as modernization, you know, it's Christianity, like, you know, these religions, they could be really good things for the world. It was when people started making money off of them. Keep the church poor. Well, I mean, okay, you are right about that. Good intention. Now, good for everyone? No. A lot of religions grew off of racism and sexism. You know, the idea of I want 7 wives, and how do I roll this into a religion so I can get what I want? There is a lot of faiths, religions, beliefs based off of that are communal. And they're not even believed by the person, only the person that they're good for. So there are people that are, you know, hardcore Mormon, and Mormonism can be hardcore sexist. But there are a lot of females like that are fine with it because it's their faith. My mom, I would say, is one of those people, because she says in her mind, it doesn't say this, but that the Bible says you have to do what your husband says. He leads the household. It's an Old Testament way of thinking about things, but so she's okay with that sexism in her life. I always saw my mom as like an independent, strong woman, but as soon as she finds a mate, a husband, that goes out the window. She's only that because she has to be, but she sees it as a good thing and a blessing from God if she can serve. Exactly. Yeah. If she can serve. Oh, you were saying you want 7 men. But no, if she is serving her husband, she's doing God's work. And so that exists. You know, I've always tried to bring that argument in when people talk about male toxicity and stuff. It's like I get that a lot of the understandings of the patriarchy comes from that male power thing, but we can't leave out the perspective, because it needs to be at the table so that we can understand it and kind of counteract it. But the ideas of the disenfranchised and the disadvantaged, who do feel like that is their lot and sacrifice that they are making in life because they're supposed to. That doesn't come, you can't argue male toxicity and patriarchy to that person. We have to find out what gets that idea out. And it's one of those Donald Trump things. You know, there are people of the extreme right, conservative right wingers who, yes, that is a very male dominant, male power side, but there is a female aspect to that is supporting it because they feel that is their place. And that's like, how do you counteract that belief? You can't just prove men wrong. That's not enough. You know, how do we let women know, let trans people know, let the LGBTQ community know? Because again, I can say from like the African American side and the LGBTQ side, there is still that cultural belief that even if you are gay, you hide it because it's not accepted in society, and that is a disadvantage. See, in that sense, it has nothing to do with the male toxicity. It has nothing to do with the patriarchy. It is our society of today. And like that's a harder argument. And we have to see where the real argument is. Instead of it just being like, okay, if we give power over here and men don't have power, then everything's good. No. We human beings are human beings. Give anyone all the power and it's more than likely not going to be good. We need equality, not the turning of the tables, which is what we've had multiple times. Even if we go into like the Black Lives Matter, you know, I am 100% for all those movements, but they need to be one movement of stop hate, discrimination, and xenophobia. They don't need to be 18 different movements which different people relate to, and they only fight for this movement because that's their movement. Oh, stop Asian hate. Oh, Black Lives Matter. Oh, LGBT. No. Stop hate and discrimination and xenophobia, period. Period. Not of these certain people today. You can't argue racism. You have to argue discrimination, the actual foundational argument, because then racism just turns into sexism. Well, you can't do that if you're arguing the actual foundational of discrimination because of difference. then all of those arguments are beaten. They're done. We can move on. But we choose to argue these, and it's actually, we've talked about this, a strategy of the right wing to get liberals, people like us, socialists, people that do have empathy, to argue on the tiniest little arguments instead of the big argument and moving on. Saying society now changes. We don't need an LGBTQIA plus community because discrimination is wrong. Nobody needs to gang up anymore. Nobody needs to say, are you part of me? Are you part of me? I'm part of you. You're part of me. Okay, we stand for each other because there's no opposition. We're so comfortable with making communities to fight back instead of just, and then we stop there. Like, oh, well, I've found my people, so I'm good. No, you shouldn't have had to find your people because we are all one people. That's the argument we need to have. Sorry, ads are about to play. Get ready. We'll stop having deep conversations for 3 minutes. Oh, and it'll give me time to catch up, too. There's just a difference. Word. Every religion, oh yeah, grew from the intentions. I want 7 men. I mean, I couldn't even handle them. Right? Like, I mean, that's something that, oh, like I said, we won't have that conversation until 3 minutes from now. Every time I hear someone say that, my rebellion kicks in. And I'm a Christian. Oh, well, I'll have to ask you to elaborate. If you can remember after the ads. That happens to me sometimes too, where I'm like, all right, we'll continue this conversation after the ads, and 3 minutes goes by and I'm like, fuck. What were we talking about? Naya got me all riled up. No, I'm kidding. Like I always say, for anyone who's watching VOD, you know, even just lurking in the stream, this is my favorite part about streaming. That we were just playing Dying Light 1 and now we're talking about real shit. I don't think there needs to be a fucking barrier there. People do that in streams. No, that is a good... that's my secret. I'm always riled. Like the Hulk. I always say that. That's my secret. I'm always angry. Which I think we should be. It's how we get things to change. Should be fucking mad. Does that mean we have to, you know, fight everybody? No, pick and choose your battles. It's a cliche saying, but it's true. You know, where you can change things, change things. There's nothing to like, hey, look at me. I'm mad, everybody. Let me show you how mad I am. All right, what's that going to do? But when someone says something, when there's a question, when a talk, debate, argument, conversation happens, get your fucking ass in there and learn. Don't just state your beliefs. Learn. That's what you can fucking do if you're mad. When men and females start talking about how they think women should be submissive to men, I get pissed. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I get pissed. And again, that's what I'm talking about of like the turning of the tables. Because you'll hear that same thing. It's not different. It's still sexist to say like, and women should be running things. Or men should, you know, there's still that, as someone who's on like dating apps, you know, there's still that understanding that's big. You know, I won't say it's like majority, minority. I can't say like quantitative wise, but the idea of like the man should be the breadwinner, where I'm saying let's just get rid of gender roles. However your relationship works, that's fine. You're a house dad, you're a house mom, this person goes to work, this one person does work, doesn't work, they both work. Whatever works for your relationship and family works. Just get the fuck out of gender roles. That's what kills me. Like this idea of who's right and who's wrong. No one, because we're not all having the same relationship. When I talk about, you know, the idea of oh, Evan coming in with that hardcore lurk. Appreciate. But yeah, when we were saying before, there's a lot of movements that try to change things, and they end up like failing because people just can't fucking agree, because they think they have to agree on literally everything. And it's like, no, we're all here because people feel usually discriminated upon. So like, why are we get into the religion thing of like, okay, so what are our rituals? What are our rules? Who's accepted into our movement? And it's like, why do we have to draw lines in the sand? Always. It's so fucking weird. That's to go back to the, and not to, you know, male, female, you know, I'm just talking perspective. I'm not trying to like label anybody. I don't care about people's labels. Call yourself whatever you want. You know, it shouldn't be. I feel bad for labels when it's like, I have to be called this in order to accept myself. I feel bad for those people. It shouldn't be a thing. Society did that to them. You should be able to be whoever you think you are without, well, I need everyone to call me this thing so that I accept it. No, you are who you are. Fuck people. Oh, yeah. What I was saying, though. I got off on there. You know, with males, females, everybody needs to come together. That's what usually, like, stops these movements, is that idea of, like, well, you can't understand me because you're on the other side. No, but I can still care about you and hope that you feel good. You are satisfied in life. I don't have to live your life. Literally the definition of empathy. I don't have to live your life. I don't have to know your situation and know your wants, goals, and dreams. I can just hope the best for you. Cuz. And if there's a problem, I can listen to the problems. And if I can help, help. Or if I don't care, like I've said before, people argue like, well, what do you feel about abortion? Are you for or against? I think there's people who can argue that point, but again, as a male who I'm not in the situation where I need to make that decision, I don't think my opinion should matter. Sure, share perspective and opinion, whatever, so that the people who have to make that decision can make their decision. But should I be making up the laws and rules and dictating who gets to do what? No, because it has nothing to do with me. Until it does. Do I think fathers should be able to say, like, have a seat at that table? Sure. But do I think everyone? No. You might care, but do you get to, like, give input and have a say? No. Can you talk? Sure. Should it matter? No. I think, you know, to go back to the arguments about male toxicity, it's one thing for women, people who have, and men too, trans people, anyone in between who has been victims of male toxicity to say how it affected them. Yes. But I think it's up to toxic males to have an understanding of this is bad. Where does this come from in society? And then we can all come to a solution where no one feels attacked. No one feels like, I can't be who I am. No, who you are is probably not who you want to be. It's society dictating that, which creates male toxicity because you see an advantage and a disadvantage, and you take it in the sense that society has taught you. And so, it is not male toxicity that's the problem, just like in other things, it's not the scalper who's the problem. It's why the scalper saw that as an advantage and then saw it as an okay advantage to take. That's a problem in fucking society. That's not a problem with a certain type of person. And when we do that, when we say, no, that's a problem just because you're that type of person, that's stereotyping. You just lost the argument. People are 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 people. There will never be a specific type of person who is a bad person and a specific type of person who is a good person. You should always be checking yourself before you're wrecking yourself. You know? I'm hulking out. Anyways, I tried to explain to my son that it's not about how who is boss or something, or what role is who. It's about being equal in the sense of understanding that we support each other and none of us is better than the other. We can learn from each other and improve. Exactly. Whether you're a female or male, whether you are subservient in some jobs, that is those roles do play out. If this is your manager, a manager can be a good manager in a manager position as managing people. And even if your role isn't that authoritative figure, you're just, I don't know, a janitor. I don't know. You just clean. You're just the cook. You're just the side help over here. As long as everyone respects that position as a position that is also needed and equal and is not to be put down just because of their position, again, discrimination and stereotyping, then there's nothing wrong with that. You know? That's a good thing, and those dynamics work well because everybody can focus on their position. It's like sports teams. We have a coach, we have an offensive coach, we have a defensive coach, we have the offensive lineman, we have the quarterback, and they all fucking play their roles so that the team can win. Nobody's doing more than anybody else. We're here to do our parts together. And in that sense, too, it's not communism when you're doing it. It's communism if someone's saying, and trust me, that's why this is best for you, and you don't even know what the greater good is, but know that you're doing it for the greater good. That's fucking communism. Socialism is what I'm for. A more socialist society where the greater good is the individual. Is your workers, your economies, your community, your socials, your people. What do they need? If your people are satisfied, then the greater good is being satisfied. But this is a utopian society. It really is. There's an easy way to... We have to change the understanding of the entire world. And I say easy way, it's definitely easier said than done kind of thing. But it's not as hard as everyone makes it, of like, we have to put regulations here, we have to put regulations there. No, it really is. Stop drawing lines in the sand. People are people are people are people are people are people. You are not my enemy, you are not my opposition. You simply need to understand why, if something that you want is disadvantaging other people, why that's probably not the best answer. And you could probably still get what you want. But a lot of people put themselves in the idea of theys and thems. I am they, you are them. You know, and there's just no reason for that. Even when we talk about, we can put it to streaming, we put it to Donald Trump, we can put it to Elon Musk. It's a branding thing. It literally has, again, nothing to do with you. You know, oh no, well, you want to tax Elon Musk? Well, they're taxing the rich. And people have put themselves on that side. Well, if they're taxing them, they're going to tax me because I'm... No, you're not. No, you're not. When people went for huge taxes on the 1%, there were fucking poor people who were up in arms of like, no, because when does it stop? That's a fallacy called the slippery slope, to say this will lead to that when there is no evidence of that. But people put themselves on the side of the 1% just because they want to be them. No. And then when streamers, when that split happened, okay, after you make $100,000, streamer, your split goes from 70-50 to 50-50. Oh my God, you're hurting my streamer. They're not going to make as much money. Oh, you can't do that to us. You can't do that to us, Twitch. And I'm like, I'm on Twitch. I'm a streamer and I don't give a fuck. Let them do that. So that we can get, everyone can be on an equal playing field. That's all they're doing. You're still letting these assholes get, or I don't mean to just call them assholes, but you know, the higher up, the most financially secure, still making $100,000. Is that not a lot of money? I'm so confused why people were up in arms about this. Like, no, these are changes being made to help these smaller people on the platform. Why do these large streamers have such support to keep making more money than everyone else? No, it's because they've made the community that. Again, it's the Elon Musk, Donald Trump. What they're doing, their goals have nothing to do with the people supporting them. But these people are supporting them. It makes no sense. They're not even in the same groups. But people are still like, no, I relate to you. And so I want you to succeed. Even if it means all these other people don't succeed because I don't care about them. Wasn't that discrimination? Shouldn't everybody have an equal opportunity? I stream for 130 hours plus a month. Shouldn't I get paid? Or, oh, that should only be dictated by how many other people in society support the thing that I'm doing? That doesn't seem like equal opportunity. I can't pay an agency to manage my entire stream and put up my VODs and edit them for me. Other people can, and so they deserve more pay because they have the money and the support from family and other people to just float them, to not have to worry about money. And so they deserve to make more money on this platform? That's so fucking weird to me. But that's the idea that streamers have created and viewers. We've made this weird fucking environment that is Twitch. But we blame Twitch the entire time, as all they try to do is level out the playing field. Stop letting exploitation win. But we argue for it. No, let people take that exploitation like idiots so that we can't get in. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Sorry, let me catch up. I don't think I'm smart enough to talk about politics or finances. No, definitely are. In the sense that there's different ways to talk about it. There are the people that, even with when we were talking about religion and stuff, it's kind of the same thing there. You know, you may not be a theology expert. You may not know the reason and intentions behind these entire foundational institutions that came up, but you know how they affect you. You know what you think about them. And like I said, in streams, though I'm not pushing anybody like, give me your perspective. You can totally sit back and listen and take in more information. But I think that is information that people need as well. From people like you who think like, I don't know enough. Yeah, but you know what you wish was happening, how you wish people were doing things, and that's when people can then bounce off of you. Well, this is how it is actually going. And then you can, you then tailor your understanding more and more and more to your personal experience, because that matters. Again, everybody's not having the same experience, and what is good on one side in politics and finances, that's the only way that we know it may be bad on the other side. Someone who doesn't even understand like everything that's being talked about, saying, hey, well, I'm still in poverty. That's a perspective that matters. And again, that's why I speak up so much about these things. Like, I'm not an expert, but I know how they've affected me. I know how my life is. I know my perspective. And I think it matters. I think it should be taken into account, just like everyone else's. That's, we've talked about that of like when people hear me talking like this and they think like ranting, we've said before. And I say we have, I know people don't mean it negatively towards me, but we've created this idea of ranting and raving with a negative aspect in our society because we have the expert understanding in our society. You are supposed to know everything about few things. You're supposed to be able to be a teacher of this, and you can't know anything else. And I've brought this up because it was on a radio interview that I was listening to with a psychologist who was saying that's not good for us in our society. We we have that feeling of I'm not an expert enough to share my information. And it comes from how we do schooling. You learn different subjects from different teachers. You learn this one subject from this one teacher, and as you move to another subject, you get a new teacher. You know, it's in every part. You have that one boss who is the boss of this, and he's supposed to be the one who knows. He's the expert. Everybody goes to one doctor, and it's looked down upon to get a second opinion from another doctor because that's your doctor. You're just supposed to believe him because he's an expert. You're supposed to keep voting for that political figure because he's the expert you trust, instead of that's a person, they have information. You're a person, you've got information. Share. It's not good in our society that we have the expert understanding, because there could be someone, you could hear a child say something very intelligent that might change the fucking world because they just have a different understanding. But they can't be an expert, right? They couldn't possibly. That's the understanding that we have in our society. We have this immediate judgment of people's information because they aren't an expert in that subject. And we do it to ourselves. It's like, no, you're an expert of your life, though. No one else, no politician can tell you how this law will play out for you in your life. They can tell you its intent, but you're the one who says, this is what happened to me. And that's the only way we can fix things. We need the people who are disadvantaged or don't understand to say that. And then give their perspective and understanding. It's how we all grow together.
If you're looking for food, you've got to wait and get your rations like everyone else.
That's not why I'm here. I'm Crane. I'm a runner.
But that's also an education thing, you know, like, and not to say like, oh, and you're not educated. No, we're not taught to be educated about politics and finances unless it's your expertise. It's again why our politicians are so fucking stupid sometimes. They literally don't know how the internet works. And they're writing laws for the country.
He's not dangerous.
That's fucking mind-blowing. But they're an expert politician because they know how to compromise with lobbyists and these other... Fuck all that. It's stupid. That should be the least expertise that you have of how to convince people. Good information convinces me. But again, Elon Musk, richest person in the world for building a space for multiple ventures that he's not an expert. He's not a scientist. He's not a super intelligent man. He's really good at creating that persona and getting people to believe he's an expert, that you should just trust him. And again, this goes all the way back to what we were saying earlier of like, that's what religious people do. That's what politicians do. They don't actually know what's better. They don't actually have all the answers. They just know what they want to happen, and they know how to talk you into it. And that's a problem in our society. We're so okay with that. Like, oh, I've found the person to trust and believe. No, the person to trust and believe should be yourself. Did you find the person who's giving you true information? I can tell you for a fact that people in my family vote for political figures based on their religious beliefs, because they say, well, if you're Catholic, obviously you believe the same things as me, right? No. No, not at all. Again, priests raping children. I don't think just being Catholic means anything. But they just decide what to listen to, what to believe. You know, no, that was just a few bad apples. The rest of us are great. You mean the rest of you aren't human beings who can do things that human beings do? No, no. Because I'm Catholic. Like, it just doesn't make sense. But again, it's a psychology that we're in. It's an understanding that we have because of, like, how we went to school. We were raised this way. It's the idea of nature and nurture. We don't have, like, we know that scientifically as human beings, we don't have what they call a human or a natural instinct. We do have our human nature, but our human nature is to learn and form patterns because we aren't born with natural instinct like animals with migrational patterns, you know, shit like that. Where to eat. No, we have to be taught all this. We are completely useless when we are first born, and we have to be made into what we're going to be. It's the greatest, most beautiful thing about humans is that we are not set in stone, but we want to be. We're taught that we should be, and that's terrible. It's just a disservice. But our human brains also like routine, and we like, you know, the easiest of routines. So to be told who we are and to just live that life, that's like the easiest human thing in the world, and it feels real good. To say like, no, I know who I am and who I'm supposed to be, and I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing because that's what people told me I was supposed to do. Hey, look at me, I'm perfect. It feels good to humans. Sorry, I will catch up. I'm just trying not to die. Oh, we're gonna die because we went in the window. Oh, we're so dead. So dead. Okay, we're all right. Okay, we're dead. We're so fucking dead. I'm super glad though that, like, you know, I've learned new understandings and the way to be okay with life. You know, even while things are this way. Now, when we have talks like this, sometimes people are like, well, then what's the fucking point? You know, isn't everything all bad? Oh, we got here somehow. We can always learn. So, like, going to Buddhist temples, you know, learning from monks that, like, yeah, you can be the opposition. You can say the way that you see things are bad and look for solutions, but also, you know, live in the moment of your life. Those solutions aren't coming this next second. So, like, you know, eat a nice hamburger every now and again. Have a good meal. Tell a joke. Laugh. I'm one of the happiest people in the world, while being like, people are like, oh man, you're like, you're jaded or like you're pessimistic. And it's like, no, I'm a realist. But I also have mad hopes for the future and people in general. Because of my understandings. Not because of the situation I'm in right now. But also, if I look at my situation right now, am I healthy and happy? Word. Then we're good. Does money suck? Totally. But I mean, can that change? Yeah. So, like, I'm good. I'm good. Come on! Okay, I think we should listen to children and young people more, because as we grow older, we tend to forget and get stuck in our certain views. Young people and children see the world in a different, new, and fresh way, and a way we can learn from. Exactly. You know, if anyone even, like, wanted to say, like, oh, universe, why do we die? That's a pretty good reason right there. I can't argue that right there of, like, if we were immortal, we'd probably get set in our dumbass ways and, you know, having fresh new looks that aren't tainted by years and years of dealing with the world as it is. You know, that might be better for us. as human beings, we have this weird understanding. And I guess it's not weird. It's because of our life system, you know, how long we have to live, how we see things, how our brain parses it out for us. We do think things are the way they are, and they will always be that way. That is literally just a thing that our brains will always hope for. We don't want to be under the constant stress of things changing all the time. We want to be secure. That's our human brains. And so it's super understandable that understanding this is the way things are is very prevalent. But it's not the way things have to be. Like I said before, like all these different ways that things are, we got here somehow. Like religion just wasn't just a thing immediately. Like, you know, racism wasn't just a thing immediately. People could say tribalism, you know, has always existed amongst humans since, but it also had to do with the situation humans were in at the time. But it's why you do see younger, you know, people being less discriminative, because it's like discriminatory because there's no reason in their minds. You know, yes, that's good, but what's actually happening, instead of them being taught why discrimination is bad, they're being taught that there's no advantage to it. And so that's... We're still in a weird place. Oh yeah, we are supposed to be going down there. Can we find night herbs now? I think those big... That's, yeah, why I walked up to these. These are the night herbs, but we can't get them until night, I think. Okay. But yeah, it's always funny to me, all the cliche sayings that we tell kids, and then as adults, like, we just decide no. Because sure, sticks and stones will break my bones. Words will never hurt me. We can understand that, yes, words hurt. But we understand the sentiment behind it, right? Yeah, as adults, we say, fuck that. Fuck that. We will not ask people's intents and words. There are certain words that just hurt me. And it's like, what? That's... I don't think the saying is like a mantra. It's not saying words can't hurt you. No, we know words can hurt you. What the mantra is, it's for you as a person. Saying words can hurt you. Don't let them. And sure, they will. But if we repeat mantras like that to ourselves, this is a very well-known thing in Eastern, you know, cultures. Mantras in general, just saying things, repeating positive reinforcements. It's a good thing. But we've just started telling people, don't use those words. Let's censor some words. You know? It's like, I don't think that's... I don't think that's the better way. It's not the foundational argument. It's a situational argument. It works in this situation. But what about when it comes to books, history, telling something from someone's perspective who is a racist? You know, sure, I don't want someone to read a racist's manifesto and be like, hey, I might agree with that. But it is good to know that this is a racist way of thinking. This person who's like white, right-wing, super white supremacy, this is what they think. And so if we let them write those things down and can collectively say like, oh, that's crazy. We don't have to go through it with every single dictator, every single racist, every single sexist. Like, oh no, they're doing that thing that we've already agreed is stupid. Uh-oh. This man's out of medkits. While we do this, I'll read. Different from that, I hate being told how to live, how to do things the right way. Right, yeah, I don't like the right way. I like options. You know, like I said, being told this is the right way and don't ask questions, that's communism. People can roll that in to say it's like, it's a social communism because we're doing it for society, for our people. But no, that's still just communism. That's you just calling. It's just doing the exact same thing. Like, I'm telling you it's good for you. But socialism is, like you were saying, the live and let live. You know, we have these things in place for these people that want to live that way. People that want to live this way, they can live that way. They are not punished for their lifestyle. That's socialism. And sometimes you do have to pay for that, right? In the sense of like, we have to collect more taxes because we need to implement these services, you know, for people. You know, oh, we do want more parks and things. Well, then, like, we need money to build them, but it's a social service for we need more libraries. Well, gonna have to build them. You know, so in that sense, it's understandable, and it's not a, you know, there's no dictating as far as, you know, this is what is and shouldn't be. It's like, no, you live your life.
Hey, you. There you are.
I really don't need to kill that guy for any reason. I got what I needed from there. All right, let me go up here because I need to catch up. Oh, shit. Damn it. I'm trying to catch up with this conversation, bad guys. Ooh, he got the hit off, but we pulled that one arrow. Okay. You can tell me why I should do something a certain way and I'll hear you out and decide. Yeah. You always should. That's what I've said about like reviews in video games. We can even correlate it to that of like, find information. You should always just get all the information you can. Always make the most informed, best decision for yourself. And that could come with people saying like, I think this is the best way to do things. Okay. Like you said, I will hear that person out because maybe I haven't thought about it that way. But I'm not just going to say like, you're right. You know, we could put that to the video game industry. The meta. I heard a streamer talking about this, a big streamer. He was saying he's seen a difference. There used to be a time where the meta in a game made sense. People would back things up and say, this works in the game and here's all the numbers. Now, what you have is, it's not even really the meta, because the meta is the most efficient, like, tactic or strategy you can take. Now what you have is just majority rule. 20,000 people saw this streamer doing this thing, and whether they think it's, you know, the best thing to do, the coolest thing to do, the thing that their streamer's doing, the thing everyone else is doing, that's what people are copying because it has exposure. And so it's like, that's not meta. Me and my friends, we actually, our strategy in a lot of things is to beat the meta because we know it's not meta. If it's meta, you can't beat it. You can't beat it. It's the meta. All you can do is pretty much stalemate it most of the time. If it's the meta, that's the definition of that concept. If you can beat it, you're just countering majority. That's it. So I watch what everyone else is doing, and then I counter that. And usually it's pretty easy to do because people aren't looking for information. They aren't looking to not be countered. They aren't looking for, you know, reasons why this strategy works. They're doing it because someone told them to do it. And so that's what they're going to do. And like, it's one of those weird psychology things where with that concept, that's people wanting communism. Again, like, just tell me what's good for me. I want to succeed by doing this thing because I know it will work. And that's always been super weird to me. I kind of want to kill this guy because he's a big guy. At that point, again, I've talked about like glitches in games, you know, things like that. Why are we even playing? Are we just playing the game because you feel like you're supposed to be playing the game and you feel like you're supposed to like this and you're supposed to play it this way? isn't that part of the game? Like your gameplay style? But no, what a lot of people play games for nowadays is achievement. The sense of achievement. And so I don't want to have to get good. I don't want to have to learn this thing. I want to follow your exact instructions and win. And then tell everybody I won. And it's like, that's so fucking weird to me. That's so fucking weird. Did we already get? Yeah. Yeah, we got what was here. Yeah. We gotta go over there. I've been called an idealist whilst I know I am a realist, apparently wanting the world in a certain way, voicing that makes you an idealist, even though I know what I would want to see is not how it would be or will happen. Well, there's an idea, like people say idealist. And I think the idealist, there's 2 points that have to come with that to where you're an idealist. You know, you're not being a realist, an optimist, or a pessimistic kind of person or pessimist. You're an idealist. You're saying this is how things should be. That's perfectly fine. It's brainstorming. You're just putting ideas together. There's nothing wrong with that. But people usually put optimists or realists in there, and you can't do that if they give evidence, if they give information, if they give solutions and ideas and pinpoint motivations, intents, the way things are designed today and how to change them to synchronize with, you know, modern ideals, if you will, or even just modern wants and needs that people have. That's not an idealist. Like, an idealist gives you exactly that. Just an idea. They don't tell you how. They don't tell you why. They just tell you what should be. A realist tells you what is and could be. These are realistic solutions and things that could happen. When somebody says, like, you're an idealist because you think the bazillionaires, the 1% of the world, could just feed the planet. Sure, if you say it like that, if you say the 1% of the world could feed the planet, that is an ideal. That, or just an idea. Once we start saying how and proving it right, that's not an idealist. That's someone just giving you evidence. But a lot of times people will do that. It is that exact same thing we were talking about. What they're doing is drawing lines in the sand. They're saying, they're calling you an idealist because you're not what they are. And that's really it. That's as far as they went with it. Well, I don't think that way, so you must be this other thing. And I mean, that's what I hate about, you know, one reason with the labeling of politics. You know, oh, you think this way? Well, then you're not like me. You're a Republican. You're a socialist. You're a liberal. You don't think like me, and you don't want the same things as me. We think differently, so I've labeled you this thing, which inherently means that we are not the same. And it's like, what? Like, again, all of that is just a human brain justifying the patterns it's making. You're like, oh, why do I feel this way about you? Oh, because you think this way, and that's not something that I think. And so I've called you this, and by calling you that, it explains to my human brain why we don't think the same and why you are different from me. But all of that that's just not real. It's all, again, just made up in your mind. None of that is true. You are a person. You are a human being. Just probably in a different situation. There is no, because of the person you are, that's why you want these things. That's not real. It's not a thing. You're a human being. We already know human beings, monkey see, monkey do is a big thing. We know that people shop in certain places because they're supposed to. It's part of their brand and their personality. So a lot of understandings, a lot of things humans do are not tied to, well, I've thought about it, and this is what I want. No. They're usually very shallow thoughts of like, this is who I am. This is who I am. This is what I'm supposed to do. This is what I'm supposed to do in life. And I'm doing it. I don't like when people like almost psychoanalyze each other like that though, like just to get those labels out. Like here I am telling you an idea or perspective, and then this person says like, "Oh, you're this," and it's like, am I just supposed to be like, "Right, you've stereotyped me correctly"? Like that's so weird to me. Like, no, I might be thinking this today just because it's what I think today. Gone against metas in games so often with characters that were counted as useless. Right. Because someone, and why was it the meta? Because someone made a YouTube video and said it was. And so we get this weirdness in video games today where even devs, they're not balancing their game. They're balancing against the community. So a lot of developers will tell you their analytics, their stuff for like balancing, I'm going to get this fucking drop. Their balancing in games does not come from, oh, this is OP. That's something we as the community dictate. We just call it that because it seems good. The numbers aren't there to make it OP. What makes it OP and the reason they need to balance against it is that 98% of their player base is doing the same thing. They need to make it fresh. And that's not the developer's fault. That's our fault. That's people saying, I don't want to do anything different. I looked up a YouTube video and this is what everybody does. So we've ruined that. And we've made it to where devs now balance against that. Oh, that thing that everybody's doing that everybody says they like. They don't actually like. They're doing it because it wins and everyone else is doing it. You know, it's not a meta. It's a majority rule. And so devs are just getting out the majority rule. It's like, that's smart. Devs are not like, oh, I liked that. Well, the community liked that, so let's change it so that they hate it. No, they're making you do something different, you fucking idiot. Why would they want 1 million people, like 98% of 1 million people to do the same thing with the same characters? You think that's creating fun? And if it is, which for some people, again, they're like, nah, that was my winning formula. Why the fuck are you here? Why the fuck are you playing video games? As soon as it's to win, you don't get a say anymore. I think the gaming community, and some devs do this actually, they just don't listen to social media. They make people think they are, but there's really no reason to. Because it's loud idiots who aren't here to play video games. They're here to win and feel good. And it's like, I don't want to play video games that are made for those people. Those video games are usually stupid, easy, not fun, or just repeats of the same thing over and over and over and over, because that's what people want. And some devs will just keep giving it to you. But I applaud the devs who are like, oh, that's right. We know our community is just lying assholes who just want their way of winning to be the prevalent way of winning because they like it. Oh, okay. Now that we know that, we just won't take it into account. And I'm like, good, don't. Do not listen to video game players. They're fucking liars. They don't care about anybody else in the game. They just want to fucking win. They want their thing to be the thing that always wins. Do not listen to them. Read their analytics. And it's, again, the cliche thing that we tell to children that, again, as adults, we don't want people to do. Don't listen to what people say. Watch their actions. Something we tell second graders. But as adults, we're like, no, no, listen to me. And it's so stupid. I'll always go back to the World of Warcraft thing. Yes, there are people playing WoW Classic. Does that mean retail WoW is bad? Well, you can listen to people say whatever they want. There'll be thousands of people who say, yeah, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so bad, it's so bad. And then again, they just broke another record for the most players concurrently and sales. Yeah, but people aren't playing it as long. Is that something that matters? Yeah, you can come in and beat an expansion and leave. Is that a bad thing? Because that is a video game player. I think that's a good thing. I don't want a game to be something that I have to play for the rest of my life. And that's an achievement. Or that it feels like a job. I want it to feel like a fucking theme park. That's what WoW feels like. And the most players ever are playing and enjoying it. But what would the loud minority say? No, they're not. No, they're not. Or they're just playing it because they want to fit in. They're not playing it because they actually like the game. No, they're not. No, they're not. Why not? Why not? Where's the evidence against that? Because the evidence that we actually have is, look at all the people who bought and are playing this. Where's the evidence that people don't like it? And if you bring up social media, then you have to say that like bots that said that the presidential election was stolen have some say here. And no, they fucking don't. Like, no, you cannot say at any point, my reasoning to know that a group of people don't like a thing is the amount of social media. No, you've just lost the argument. It just shows that you don't listen to facts. That's it. You'll just believe what you want to believe. Okay. True. In that case, I could not disagree with that person, you know? Sorry, let me catch up. Never understand why people have to fight about different thought processes, because it's black and white. You know, they live in a society that, again, tells them you're either right or you're wrong. No, you don't. I'm not saying you type a lot. I just, you know, I get in those situations. Some games that we play, even like Neo 2, there's a little bit more of like guaranteed downtime. You know, you kill this group of enemies and then like you have a chance to sit and like talk and think. And this game, like, as I'm trying to get to that point, I just keep getting attacked. And so it's really something on me. You know, I'm saying I can't pay attention as much because the game is kicking my ass. You know? But no, keep the typing coming. I love that, you know, we are riffing off each other. You know, a point is being made and a point is being made. Another point is being made. You know, again, that's how I say we differentiate ourselves from ranting and raving. We're not just repeating the same things over and over again. We're brainstorming. We're bringing up situations and perspectives and, you know, sharing them and talking about likes, don't likes, cons, pros, and then building into another point. You know, I think that's great conversation. Again, like I said, I've been listening to interviews with psychologists who are like, we need more of that in the world. Because when people say they're afraid of like confrontation, that's what they're actually talking about. It's not even that there is confrontation. It's the fear that there might be and what comes with that. And again, confrontation doesn't necessarily, or opposition doesn't necessarily have to be confrontation. But we are so confrontational nowadays that like it makes sense that people don't like to talk to each other. And that's not good. That's not the world I want to live in. And again, it could be a selfish thing. I don't want to live in that world because I've heard people have majority conversations. This is what we're all worried about. And I'm still disadvantaged. I'm still having to deal with things that people aren't even speaking about. When the Black Lives Matter movement happened and people were like, I'm surprised. I was constantly the person saying like, I'm not fucking surprised. Where the fuck have you been? It's like, well, I've been talking about other stuff. Racism is not something before Black Lives Matter that people were just like, yeah, that's a thing. We should talk about it. I went to therapists that asked me why racism was such a problem in my life because it's not a big deal in America. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking insane? And it's just, no, they're sheltered and they don't see any reason to think differently. Like, why would they? So I see it as, again, a good thing that we share perspectives. There are a lot of things that other people could go through, be going through, you know, might see, might notice, that I don't notice at all. And I don't see that as a weak point, like, you know, our society teaches us, you know, well, you should have noticed that. No. Why do you think we're on a planet with 7 billion other people? So that we can learn everything alone? That seems fucking dumb. That seems a little moronic. You've only got this amount of time on the planet, but you have a thing called history and 7 billion other people on the planet. But go ahead and just do everything the way you want. Like, learn from all your own mistakes. No, I'll make my own mistakes and learn from them, but I can also learn from like the billions of other mistakes that have been like already made in the world. I don't need to be stupid again. Sorry, this is an easy spot to catch up to. We just did that quest. In almost every way of thinking, there is a part truth, but most of the time we don't want to see it. Well, and you know, there can be gray areas, there can be different perspectives, there can be understandings that we will never have simply because, because of who we are. If you haven't lived my life, if you're not a black guy in America who looks like a white guy who grew up down south in my time period, you may not have the same experiences as me, right? But you might, or you may be the opposition that I have faced. And so in that sense, there are things to learn. There are things to take in and share and build upon. So thank God there's 7 billion of us to do that with each other. You know? But there are universals. That's one thing that, like, again, philosophy teaches us of, like, we can't have the understanding. People like to do that, and it is just a justification of everything's opinion, everything's subjective, depending on who you are. Nope. What's 1 + 1? It's 2, right? It will always be 2. It will never be anything else. It's not fucking possible. So universals exist in our world. They do. And that's okay. There are facts. The planet is round, you know? Oh, you just did something, though, it's what has created trolling in our world, but it's also a beautiful part of the human brain. We can be told that and know it's true and say, no, it isn't. That's an amazing thing. We should be happy about that. But it did create trolling in our world of people knowing, or the idea of being obtuse. You're being, or not you again specifically, but the proper you is deciding to be ignorant. You know, deciding, yes, this is true, yes, this makes sense, but for sake of my argument, I will not accept it. That's a beautiful thing that humans can do. Like, animals can't do that. Animals don't go against their natural instinct unless they learn something new, kind of thing. Or animals don't go against what they know to be true just because. Humans do that. That's insane. You won't see a cat say for no reason, you know, and that's something you will hear from like cat trainers. When somebody's like, my cat is shitting on the carpet for no reason. My cat is just throwing up over here for absolutely no reason. No, you can be absolutely sure, oh shit, that there is a reason. Because it's a cat. They can't do that. They can't do something for no reason. They have animal instincts. Human beings can do that. And that's a universal. That's just a fact. Animals can build upon their animal instinct, or they can set it aside because they've learned something different. But they can't just go against it. It's not a thing. They can't say like, oh, we're supposed to migrate for the winter. I won't. That's not a thing. There has to be a reason. But yeah, that that should be something that we don't use to like troll each other, which is what we do. We should be able to see that as like a superpower that we have to brainstorm. It's kind of what our empathy builds off of. Again, the idea of being able to not be in a situation, but still listen and understand it from an outside perspective. That comes from the same area as being able to set aside what we know as truth and say something that isn't. It's the same thing as where empathy comes from. So it's a good thing when we don't use it to our advantage, you know, to our and others' disadvantage. It's like me having ADHD and then someone telling me I can't organize because it's an ADHD thing. Like, what? Right. Well, and the crazy thing about that is they might be right, but they're not going off your experiences, the person who's saying the thing, or even like asking questions about like the bigger spectrum of ADHD. They're literally doing, again, the thing we tell kids not to do: don't judge a book by its cover. But it's something like, it's the Jeopardy psychology that we have of once we hear something where we can give our input and say, I'm right about this, I'm right, ding, I hit the button, I'm right, buzzer, I'm right. We do it. We fucking do it. We cannot hold our tongues in that situation. And like I said, it's that thing earlier where, you know, you're sharing an idea or a perspective with somebody and they say, oh, you're a liberal. Oh, you're a socialist. Oh, you're the... It's that same psychology. Oh, I gotta say, beep, buzzer, what is a liberal? And it's like, calm the fuck down. Like, I don't need you to label me. But in our society, you need to know all your labels. You need to dictate all your labels, and you need to have everyone around you that you consider to be a friend or anyone that respects you to utilize your labels. Why is that a positive for us? I know it makes people feel good. It makes you feel respected. It makes you feel seen in our society. But isn't that the problem right there? It's not that we didn't have labels. No, we've always used labels. Someone could say, well, you didn't use my labels. Yeah, but are labels good? Let's have that argument first before we start adding more so that people feel better about a situation that's bad inherently. Are labels good? What do they bring to the table for you to be able to judge someone without them explaining themselves? What's the good thing? Labels for objects can be good so that you know something is the thing that you expect it to be. Hey, this cereal box, it says Fruity Pebbles. I'm gonna expect that Fruity Pebbles are in there. Hey, that person has Republican on their shirt. Should you make that same distinction? Or could they be a little more complex than a box of cereal? Or should we label them dictating on what they put in their mouth and or butt? Or what they do or don't have dangling between their legs? Or the color of their skin? Like, what the fuck? Since when have labels been a good thing? But we're doing this thing where it's like, oh, can I be in on it? As long as I get a label too, then it's good. What about the person who's gay but doesn't, you know, subscribe to the labels of LGBTQIA+, because they just see everyone as respectable to everyone else and they hope for the best for everyone else? Are they not part of that community now? Because they don't recognize it as a gang that has to stand up against opposition? They just see it as what they put in their mouth and or butt, and you might put something in your mouth and or butt, and I don't care. It doesn't make us like comrades. That's so fucking weird. Are you a vegetarian? Oh, well, then we're comrades now. So fucking insane. Labels are only a way to draw a line in the sand. That's it when you do it for people. That's it. That's it. They don't do anything else. They make you feel better or worse about which side of the line you're on. That's it. Why are we doing that to people? What's the point? And really it's a turning of the tables. It's not equality. Now it's your turn. Now it's your turn. Now you can feel how good labels can feel. Oh yes, there was a time where white was good and black was bad. And now you can feel like you can call yourself they and them. And so now you're the white of the world. Fuck everybody else. What? No, just let everybody be whoever the fuck they want to be. And say society should accept them because acceptance is the right thing. Not, hey, what's your label? Do I or do I not accept that thing? What the fuck? It's so fucking weird. And that's what makes me so angry and gets me riled up is stupidity. Stupidity kills me. That's the thing that gets me upset with the world. And with arguments like this, it's like, are people just being fucking dumb? I don't understand. Like, I'm for the person who wants to feel accepted, but to say I want to feel accepted by you putting a label on my forehead, what the fuck? Are you being stupid to feel good? I don't understand. I'm on your side. I want you to feel good. But that label only makes you feel good. What about everyone else? Are we being stupid on purpose? Why aren't we thinking past our own jerking off dick feels?
Now what happens?
Ah!
No more. The rising sun will lead you to the fountain of
And see, I can still laugh. It's all good. I can still be funny about this stuff. Because I am the change on the inside that I want to see on the outside. It's fucking cliche and stupid, but god dang! Like, we could really use people doing that, you know? Oh, you don't agree with this person? Well, maybe you should change. Maybe think a little deeper. You know, like, why don't we do that? Because we just trust ourselves so much. Anyways, let me catch up again. I like this music playing in the background too. It's all good. I love too watching the fluctuation of viewers while we're talking, because it's that it goes hand in hand. Oh no, you're all good. You're all good. And I'm not talking about, it's not like one viewer. We're going from like 8 viewers to 2 viewers because people come in and they're like I said, I love that Dying Light in the video games can be the thing that bridges us together. If I was saying I'm having a TED talk about racism in the world, you think a racist would come in? Maybe just a troll. But with this, we can have a real talk, have Dying Light in the background and let it be the thing that brought us together. And then hopefully people, again, aren't so averse to hearing something that they might not like that they don't just immediately leave. Maybe they're like, hey, I've never thought of this. And so I'm glad to hear these talks. Or I'm so tired. I was this kind of person. I'm so tired of in streams, everyone putting other people down who have problems in life. You know, like, hey, this is really bad and rough. And I want to feel comfortable coming to talk about this. And people say like, this is fucking for games. Get the fuck out of here. And it's not like a trauma dump. It's just, this is what's going on in the world. And they're like, no, I've created a safe place. No, you haven't. You put a line in the sand. This is a safe place for people who don't give a fuck. What about the safe place for the people who are living through it, who have something to say? Oh, well, fuck them. You know, like, whoa, what the hell? Then fuck you, streamer. You're just here for money. That's all you should say. No, fuck you. You're here to support me, and fuck you, viewer. You know, like, and I'm not that person. You know, we're here to support each other. Blows my mind. Hold on, I'm back here. That reminds me of when Kiriko got out for the first time. Everyone was saying how shit she was as a healer and awesome at damage and how she wasn't a healing character. I was like, you guys really, she's amazing at healing. Now everyone sees how good she is at healing. And I'm like, right. Well, and we can even say everyone. That's the crazy thing to me. There's a large minority that is the loudest, that is saying that and is really pushing that idea. Then there's a large minority of people who want to be included in the conversation, but they're scared of being told they're wrong and being attacked. And so instead of saying, hey, I think she might be a good healer. I like this thing. People are like, no, that'd be a hot take. No, I just agree. Because I want to be here. I want to be in the conversation. So yeah, shit healer. But then they play her anyways. That was the World of Warcraft thing we were talking about earlier. I don't want to be attacked by the hatred that comes with the World of Warcraft hate. But I want to, 1, play World of Warcraft, and 2, I want to be part of the conversation. So what do? I lie about liking it. No, I hate it too. And then I spend 1,000 hours, or I spend 2,000 hours and then go and write a negative review on the game. You know, that person's psychotic. That person is a sociopath. They are going past their intelligence, knowledge, our social agreements to fit in, to get what they want out of society. That's a sociopath. You are not taken into account. People are not taken into account. They're creating their reality. That person needs help. And I mean, we have all sorts of narcissists like that in our world now, you know? They're sociopaths. And you're absolutely right in what you're saying. Like, it blows my mind. It's that same thing of like, some people who are in that conversation haven't even done the thing. I have people, you see that on streams constantly. People come in and badmouth a game, say what they don't like about it, and they've never played it. They've only watched other people play it and watched people talk shit about it. And so that's what they do. And it's like, why are you even stating your lack of opinion? Just go play the thing. And then they ask other people, hey, can you tell me if this will be worth it for me? Really? So you're not about like freedom. You're about communism. You want me to tell you what your dollars are worth and what you should spend them on. And to take the responsibility of that expectation to where, what if you don't like that thing? Am I then wrong to its worth? Or are you just an asshole for putting that on me instead of using your fucking human brain to do it your goddamn self? I think it's the latter. Oh, I guess he's good now. But that's that trolling obtuseness for solidarity. You know, they have no real information on the thing. They haven't done the thing. They haven't experienced the thing. But this is their opinion. And it's like, what the fuck? Just shut up. Why do you have one? What do you have an opinion for? Because you want to be part of the conversation. It fucking blows my mind. Oh, it is that door. Okay. Like 10 people say she's shit at healing and one says she's not, then everyone follows the 10 and not the one. Right. Because you're the hot take. You're not what everybody's agreeing on. That's not what this streamer said. Which is why I'm not huge on social media, because it is just an echo chamber. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. You can say like, well, even if you're I'm a liberal, socialist, empathy person that's all for empathy. Well, then you're only hearing from those people. What your information is still skewed. Experience things. Experience things for yourself. Let other people experience them. And then talk. But it goes back to what we were saying earlier, the very first thing of the expert syndrome, the expert psychology. I'm not an expert. I don't know what I'm supposed to like. I saw this first happen with music. It's why music is the way it is and everything, you know, sounds the same and is made by the same people for the same people. Because we've gotten to the point where people don't know what makes music good. We haven't been taught that. It's been an elective for so long. Music hasn't been something like math, that it has become an opinion. When it's not, there are definitely things that make music good or better than other music, more technical. It builds upon the foundations that we have laid down in history. But people would rather just go off, no, I like the way this sounds. Well, you do know people can write music to have certain chord progressions that scientifically you are chemically made up to like them. They make good feels in your brain. So the idea that you like it can never be something that makes it good, because that can be used against you easily. But people hate that. They're like, no, I know what I like. That you do, not the argument being made. But people hate that. Like, they will not accept that people are writing music that they know other people are going to like because they're built to like it. Like, no, I like it because I like it. Yeah, it was written for you to like it. Is that what makes music good? That the majority of people like it? Isn't that communism? So how does that make sense? Hey, but like I said, I've tried to argue that with people for so long. Like, take back your freedom of liking what you learn to like. Why is this good? What has this person done? It has nothing to do with like you relate to them because they're African American or they're a white girl or they sing country music. No, it's none of that. I know that people do this in music. I know that this is technically advanced and they built upon that. That's impressive. Okay, that's a reason to like that music. That makes perfect sense. It made me bob my head. Okay, you're goddamn human being, so that literally means nothing.
Yes, what is it? Are you Mr. Thabit Erdl, the town clerk?
People are fine with it, you know, because it's their feeling. Their feeling can't be wrong, right?
My title does not exist anymore, and therefore I am no longer required or
you can't exploit someone's biological makeup, right?
To you or anyone else. In conclusion, goodbye.
Not so fast, Mr. Erdl. The dissolution order requires all local
When you
officials
told me
to be at
that,
the
I
service of the
literally
GRE and the
organized
provisional
things
authority
into
as
such
needed.
perfection. The person who said I couldn't did. Oh,
for information
whenever
about a
they
large
told you
supply
about
cache
ADHD,
hidden somewhere in the city.
right?
You mean
And something like that, even ADHD isn't like you can't do this. Like again, it's that 50-50 understanding of our society. Black and white, right and wrong, can and can't. Not more prone to.
Oh, and 302B.
More prevalent than.
That last one has a 3-day turnaround in the best
uses this as coping.
which these are
Has learned to. You know, all those things
then I suggest you employ the traditional method of
can
accelerating
correlate
the
to
government process.
mental imbalance.
Bribery, of course. I need the official
It's in the
seal
same
of
way that
mayor
we see
embossing
muscle
stamp.
imbalances.
The mayor was last
Okay,
seen
if
at
you
the hotel.
break your collarbone,
Find his room.
your other shoulder will take up for that lack of strength. Is that right or wrong? I mean, it's not balanced. Your muscle is on this side is doing more than it was supposed to. But does that mean you can't do anything on your other side? No, it's just an imbalance. Does that mean you can't take into account that imbalance and counteract it? No, it's just an imbalance. And like, again, it's same thing with like ADHD, depression, even like autism. You know, these are all imbalances that we see like in our mental capacity. And that doesn't mean right or wrong. It means if things are working in the way that if a perfect, I don't want to say perfect, or a way it's supposed to, a perfectly balanced, I guess, human being, we know this gene shouldn't morph to that. This DNA should not morph to cope with the outside world and give you autism or something like that, a genetic mutation. That's something that we've created. So it's just an imbalance. It is not something that we as human beings should now say, like, these people are this way and they're those people, and we should, you know, build our society built off them being those people. No, what's making our genetics morph? Maybe that should be the foundational argument that we have. Instead of, vaccines are bad! Well, we had mental imbalances before vaccines, right? Yes. Well, then it can't be the reason. That argument's just gone. These are new vaccines. Yeah, but it's not new science. It may be new to you, but science in and of itself and medical advances are not new. We don't think about them the way humans think about everything. It's like this brand new thing. No, usually when we're doing science and we take the human aspect out of it, we can build off those things, or even medicine. You know, we don't usually make the same mistakes twice in those fields because we know how bad it can be. Ah! All these fucking, and I mean, I was gonna say stay-at-home moms, but stay-at-home dads, you know, just sheltered-ass fucking parents who don't take into account, like, the history of the world. And they're like, I think this vaccine does this because I think this expert is more right than the history of the world. And so I'm gonna not give my kid the measles vaccine. And now measles are back. You know, it's like, all right, it's pretty 1-to-1. 1 + 1 = 2. This is universal. If you have vaccines that get rid of a problem, a virus, and you stop taking said vaccine, what do you think is going to happen? It's not fucking rocket science. It's a universal. This is what will happen. And there are things like that in our world. Ah! Oh, fuck! No! No! Oh. Oh my god. No. Oh, heal. Get all the heals. Where were they even shooting me from? Holy shit, they're like right there. I don't want to lose this level. We've said before, this game's fucking, it's harder than Dark Souls. In the sense that you can see the line around my 51 that's filling up. That's my experience for this level. If we die, it's just gone. It just gets wiped away. And you have to get it all back. There is no like, and go pick it up. Like, no, it's fucking gone. And you can see how much damage their fucking bullets do. And their crack shots. Got that one. He may have been the only one with a gun. Oh, I think so. Yep. Oh.
I'm not done with you.
Yeah. To be honest, I come because of you, not the games you play. Right? I would hope, you know, whatever it is, that people are just enjoying themselves. You know, I would never want someone to come in, and we've had that before, and I've had viewers actually ask me because it takes away from their enjoyment to, like, time out or ban these people. There are people who have come in and said, like, I like to get you riled up. I like to get you talking like this, and, like, because that's entertaining to me. And I'm like, that's kind of narcissistic, because is that entertaining to everyone else? I'm not saying, you know, it's wrong to, like, come and, like, start a talk because you know I will start talking, but not that you have any, it's the people who don't have anything to really share. They are trolling. They're making me think that they care, and they don't really. They think that they are derailing the stream, and they like that. And I'm like, that is kind of fucked up. You're exploiting me for your own entertainment at that point. So, like, I hate it when people come in and they want to do that, or they they just want to argue me. And like, not for a reason. Not like, hey, I was thinking about what you said, and like, I think this because of my own situation. What do you think? No, the people who just come in and they're like, no, you're fucking wrong, and you just think that because you're a liberal. You know, kind of thing. It's like, why are you here, person? Did that make you feel better to like tell me that? Because again, then you're just, again, you're exploiting my feelings to make yourself feel better. Like, go jerk off or something. That'll release the same amount of feel-good energy. Just go tug on your, you know, whatever's between your legs. So it's so weird to me that people have to put each other down for feel-good emotions or argue with each other. It's like, there's so many easier ways to feel good. Masturbate. I don't know. Eat something. But, again, we live in a very... Oh, look, Drew Carey. Oh, Day Crew. I thought that said Drew Carey. Okay. I was like, he's got a book here or something? Yeah, that's just... It's so strange. But, oh, that's what I was saying. We live in a society that tells you, don't do sex. You know, don't jerk off. Don't masturbate. It's all bad. I've said before, I think our world would be so much like just happier, non-discriminatory, and like less exploitive if like sex work was legal and, you know, watched after. I don't want to say regulated, but in the sense that like those people, like the people in the industry, really have rights and like insurance, you know, they can live. It's really an accepted industry because there would be so much less hostility. It's super strange to me that there are so many people who do this, like what I'm about to say, and we don't seem to take notice. There's been a few different like school shootings of like males that just seem to be really pent up sexually. They always like leave a manifesto that talks about like how females weren't interested in them, and it's like, isn't that the problem right there? Again, it is the problem that they shot up a school. Don't get me wrong. School shooting and guns. Bad. But they said that that was one reason that led up to it. Why are they so frustrated sexually? There's so many people on the planet. Why aren't we fucking? And it's because to counteract babies is a bad thing in our society. You know, we instead of making, you know, male birth control, we're like, oh, you don't want to have kids? Vasectomy. Or women have to have like a whole foreign object placed inside them. Like, you have to go through some fucking lengths to not have kids. You know? And it's like, why? Why? Why is everybody just fucking? Fucking's great. Fucking feels good. Put something in your butt. Put something in somebody else's butt. I don't know. Do what feels nice. Let's stop yucking yums. What's the problem? So weird. Is this the quest we want to do right now? Hold on, let me catch up to you. No, pretty much always been the one that always had a different opinion about game characters and voiced it despite being hated on for it. All right, I mean, I think there are a lot of people out there who probably, you know, feel that same way. Like, I feel like I always have the hot take, and it really is. What's happening is what we're pointing out, like what we're saying, of most people, despite what they're actually doing, or the loudest people, the people really stating their opinion, most of the time are just piggybacking off what they've heard the most. It has nothing to do with how they actually feel about the thing. They want to fit in, and they want to talk. They want to say something, and they don't want any opposition. They want people to look at them and say, you're right. That's what they're there for. And so we usually Also, like another thing that ties into that is the person who is upset with the situation, the thing that is happening, they're more likely going to say something and try to garner support. If you have a positive review of something, if you eat at a place or play a game that was awesome, you naturally have less of an inkling to talk about it, to share it with others. That's just not what our human brains normally do. It's why religion, saving people, that idea holds so hard, because through human evolution, that was a good thing. Hey man, you see that fire? Oh God, you see that pit over there? Don't fall in that. I saved you. You didn't even ask me, and I told you about the perils out there that you didn't see. That's where negative reviewing comes from. Let me tell you why you won't like this thing. And it's a strange thing. Like, that's just going to be the bigger thing in our world, because it seems like it matters more. I have no reason to tell you how good a thing is. Now you see that, which is hilarious. Now we have the building up. You said this earlier, of like hype copium. Let me tell you why you're going to love this thing. And they're fucking lying. It's advertising. It's marketing. You know, so it's crazy. We as human beings have exploited our own evolutionary patterns so much that we're falling into our own traps, and like we're having to learn. It's weird. We're fighting against those things now, where people are seeing it as a bad thing to be trusting. Oh, I shouldn't trust so much. And it's like, no, that's an evolutionary quality that we had to build from learning that, like, in numbers and helping each other, we will survive. And in a very short period of time, we're counteracting that. We're saying, no. To survive today, you need to learn who's lying to you. Not to give others the benefit of the doubt and empathy and see that they want to survive, and that a struggle with 2 hands or 4 hands is less of a struggle than with 2 hands. No. That person inherently wants to fuck you over. How are they going to prove to you that they aren't? That's not good. That's really bad for us evolutionary wise. Remember that every time a new game comes out, hypes, oh yeah, everyone had an opinion and 50% never played it. Exactly. It's the Dark Souls, the Hades thing. You see it a lot on streams, and people do it. Again, it's a trolling. I'm being necessarily ignorant and stupid for my own excitement and entertainment. Oh God, this just looks like a Dark Souls ripoff. What did you get from saying that? Did that feel good? From typing that out in chat. Oh God, this is just another Dark Souls ripoff. And why do we need another Dark Souls ripoff? Why don't you just not play it? Who put a gun to your head and said, you're supposed to like this, now like it? Just don't play it. No, because then what do I get out of it? These people are just enjoying their Dark Souls game? What about me? Where's my entertainment and excitement? Well, it comes from bringing negativity to their side. And we've got to understand, as human beings, that's a thing. There are people out there who have discovered that if your goal is to make somebody mad, to make them argue, to get them upset, no matter the reason, that's your goal. It could be over politics, finances, games. It does not matter. I just want you to feel discomfort. We have to know as humans that there are people who will go out of their way to do that. And again, it's being used and taken advantage of in politics nowadays, where this is a right-wing strategy of our argument is not the argument being had. Right-wingers know all they need is majority. And the easiest way to get that is not to convince everyone to think like you. The opposition is the opposition. An easier way to do it is to make the opposition argue with themselves. Because then all of us that agree with each other instantly become the majority. And that's what it's the troll strategy. Why you mad, bro? And then you'll start arguing about that. I'm not mad. Point has completely changed. But they just won the argument. With a fallacy. It's called the red herring. Hey, look at this. We're arguing about this. Hey, but look at this. It's the abortion argument thing. You believe in abortion? Well, how do you feel about taking life? Whoa, those are two different arguments. We can't even agree on what life means. But as long as you can't agree, we know what we want. So we win. That's all people are doing. You just can't be in that argument. Literally, the only answer to that is to say, no, your argument's fucking stupid. I'm not arguing that. Do you believe in abortion? No, I believe a woman has a right to her body. Fucking ends there. No more speaking. No, but I have an argument. No. The foundational argument, woman, rights, her body, ends there. Anything else you bring about religion, or if you're a man, you don't get a say. Those are different arguments. It's not the argument we're having. I won't have those arguments. I'll tell you why you're stupid and why they don't take place here. But I'm not having that argument because it's not real. It's a red herring. And we have, as humans, have to be smart enough to do that. And again, it's one of those cliche things that we tell children that we don't listen to ourselves. Pick your fights. That old school mantra, God, help me to change the things that I can and accept the things that I can't. It's that same understanding. You know, and we just don't do that. You know, a lot of people do like to just hear themselves talk. A lot of people have felt so outside of the argument for so long that they'll fucking argue anything. And again, I am not one of those people. I'm one of those people that has like been waiting so long for people to finally like ask, like, and how about your life? But again, I know that trolley strategy, so I'm not going to argue everything in the world. I'll argue the things that matter, that I can change, or my perspective and opinion is a good thing to share because it'll change someone else's perspective and opinion, because we're humans and that's what we do. We share perspective and opinion to build on our own. The crazy thing to me too is like anyone who's like right wing, anyone who has an ideal of that sort, you know, like I'm a conservative, I'm this, I'm that. You weren't born thinking that. Like, it's so weird to me that those same people are like, I will not be convinced. What are you talking about? You believe the things you believe because someone convinced you to believe them. That's literally the only reason. There's nothing about being a baby that makes you conservative. Or, I mean, a liberal for that fact. You know, these are all, again, ideals that you are taught to believe. But that's the problem in our society. We're not taught why you believe those things. We're taught to believe those things. You believe them. But why? 'Cause. Yeah, but like why? 'Cause. That's the problem. He said nonchalantly as if it would change the world. But it could. To bring everything completely round robin to when Naya first came in. And that's why parenting matters. Why parents maybe shouldn't keep pushing their same age-old traditions like racism, sexism. Their religion is the best and only religion. Because what happens if your kids grow up that way? Damn this keyboard. I'll take the winky with a mouth open. I think it fits. Oh, wink. But yeah, everything we've talked about, all of those are the reasons in my mind of why, you know, regulating these things that have no humanity to them inherently. You know, like, oh, well, what should we do about, you know, the stock market? What should we do about this? What should we do about the gaming industry? It's like, well, we as people have to be good people. You will never get things to the point of like, and no one's exploiting or taking advantage of this. No, if they feel there's a reason to, as people, they'll do that thing. We have to have reasons as to why you don't do those things. You can't just say, don't do them. And then you can't give them, you know, as much as anybody can believe in heaven, paradise, whatever, afterlife. But that also can't be the reward for being a good person for everyone. Because what if someone doesn't believe in that? Are they just a bad person now? Do you have to get a, you know, at the end of your life reward to be a good person? Is that like an inherent? Do you know that no matter how hard you try to raise your kids proper and kind or whatever more, in the end, they grow up and make their own decisions, and with that, get their own thought process, and with that, develop into someone that you, as parent, like or not like, or hope they would be or not be. No guarantee kids will grow up taking your values and things as their own. Oh no, like not at all. But I don't think, again, the things that we're calling values, I think there should be a different word for today. It really is ideals. Or I mean, I guess we could call them values. Like, why? I don't think we should be teaching kids values and ideals. I don't think being a good person and the evidence as to why, like, that helps us as a society. Again, I don't think those things need to be, when I say teach them why, with values and ideals, there's more so a like, and this is why it's good for you. I'm saying more like, no, we know this as a universal in science. This is how civilization started. You know, us treating each other well. And so in that sense, I think that's why parenting also goes into it, and why this is where we say too, it's broader than just like a parent to their kid. This concept takes into account that the other people your child will interact with are getting that same thought process, that same building of, well, and let's brainstorm. Why is this positive and why is this negative? Because when you say that too, of like, there's no guarantee that, so say you teach, I don't want to say anything's like right or wrong in any way, but you teach a kid all the things that should make them treat everyone with respect, you know, and the reasons why, and say they're all the right reasons, whatever those are. Like, we can't say what they are or what they would even be, but this is a brainstorming experiment. So say all those things click together. You did it all right. Usually the only reason a kid is going to do anything differently is because they're fitting in with someone else, right? There is no, again, it's not a natural, we don't have a natural, well, I'm just going to go here. Well, I was already premeditated. No, you give them the best information so they can make the best decision for themselves. And it is a universal, like, we know this. It's universally better for us as a society to care about each other. That's just a fact. No one can prove that again. If there's an argument against that, it is to put someone else down so that you are raised up. And that's not, again, for everyone good. That's for you good, taking advantage kind of thing. But again, taking into account everyone is teaching their kids not to fuck other kids over. You know, no one is more important than them. Then that can't happen. There would have to be a necessary of, and somebody skewed your kids' understanding. They believed someone else. Because this is not a value or ideal of like religion is good. This is just a, hey, be nice to other people and give them the benefit of the doubt. The only thing that could counteract that is someone giving them a reason as to why not. And then that can't be in this brainstorm because that's an inherent in, again, not a realistic situation. In this brainstorm of, well, if everybody's telling everybody to be good to each other, you can't have that one person who's not doing that. Otherwise, we're not in the situation I'm talking about. We're in a situation where it does show one person thinking of themselves can fuck over the society. That is an inherent. And again, as a cliche saying, one apple can spoil the bunch. That's true. We can all be thinking why it's good to work together and take care of each other. And if there's one person who has convinced themselves that that's not true and their goal is not to find out that that's wrong, but their goal will then be, well, what's best for me? That proves my point right there. That's the problem, is that we are doing that on a large scale. We're being selfish. We're thinking about ourselves. Even the people that are, you know, and I've been around parents, and you kind of, it is one of those things that you do almost have to, it's a weird thing when you bring it into real life situations, because it's like you can't account for that. You more so do need to account for this other kid being told out completely opposite, or people out in the world trying to convince your kid differently. And so even good parents, you do hear that same thing of like, yeah, take care of others, think about others, but always watch out for yourself. You know, there's always that underlying, and I don't think we can have that in the utopian society I'm talking about. We can't have the underlying understanding of, but someone's gonna fuck you over. That will always skew what we do. We need to all have that benefit of the doubt of, we're working together. We don't need a plan B of, well, what if that person fucks us over? Then that's the problem. That right there, that person is the problem. That's what we were talking about earlier. Of, it's not that we trust people, it's the problem. It's the person taking advantage of the trust. And so that's why we need to teach people to trust more and to be trustworthy. It's one of my favorite, like, new modern day philosophers. That's her whole, like, philosophy thing is we victim blame in that sense in our modern day society of, well, I need to take into account that people can fuck me over. True. But what we've evolved into is getting out of that state of stress to where we should, this is again a utopian understanding, an ideal, we should be able to trust each other. Everything in our history has shown us that we should. That's always been better when we trust each other and we work together. It's always been bad when someone has exploited that trust. And so we need to get back to learning that trusting is the good thing, and we need to ostracize and, teach why it's bad to not be trustworthy. Sorry, let me see. I don't know. I'm more talking about I can teach my son that female and male are equal, yet he can grow up thinking and feeling I'm wrong. Yeah, but he won't think and feel that naturally. That'll be something in society that teaches him that. That's what I've tried to teach, that understanding to a lot of people, and a lot of people can't get past that. No, you're a man in society, and so you think this way. You're a female in society, and so you think this way. No, society wants you to think that way. That could be very true. But like I said, I've been to a therapist who said that to me. Like, I was raised by women. Nothing but women. There weren't male figures in my life. I think a lot of my ideals and the way that I think are more in line with women in our society. That therapist could not get on board with that. Like, I don't know what a male's goals. I wasn't taught by an adult male what men are supposed to do. I was taught by women what a man was supposed to be. And so it's a different understanding. And in the same way that, like you said, your son might not, get that same understanding that you're teaching him. That's kind of what happened to me, of like, I went out in the world and was like, whoa, wait, you guys are saying since I'm a man, I should be at advantage. And hey, my skin looks white. So you're saying it is natural and inherent that I am at an advantage. But I've tried to teach people that, like, no, that's not true. That's just not true. It will be your decisions going up against society's decisions. So like you'll be taught something as a kid, and then you will come up with other information. And my big brainstorm is, if society is not opposing that parental guidance of be a good person, then there's no opposition. There's no tweaking of that. There's no, well, hey mom, you said people are equal, but this Donald Trump guy says, that's where the change happens. It's not just an inherent, like, because you're a man and because you've been treated this way, well, you're going to think that. No, not at all. Not at all. I know men who were taught, to be toxic males, and it's kind of the opposite. They went out into the world and made friends with females and, people of minority, and were like, oh shit, my parents are racist, sexist people. And so they're better people than their parents. So yeah, like inherently, if you're being taught one thing and you find reason and are convinced to think another, yeah, that's something that can happen for positive or negative. I'm saying as a society, we need to get together and come to the understanding that it is not better to look out for yourself. And that's history. Like, we could say, well, hey, in my time, in my understanding, it would be understandable. It would be very understandable if I said I had to learn to watch out for myself, because there are racists out there. There are sexist people who don't want me to become a big streamer, don't want me to succeed because of my ideas and the exposure they will get. So I should be more cautious. But is that what we're talking about, good for society? Or am I just saying, with my own personal anecdotal experience and the way that people have treated me, that's what I think? Well, that's really what I'm saying. And that's a different thing. That's like whenever we talk about, I have friends who say, like, we can't clean up the internet. If anything, we need it to be just as bad as it was when we grew up, because it gave me thick skin. Well, yeah, it gave you thick skin, but are you happy to have that thick skin? Could it have not been a better environment and just a better place and better in the future if we had taken into account, being better to each other online earlier? Would you still be arguing that we should be dicks to each other so that we're used to it? Probably not. And so that's where my argument comes in, of like, and that's why people also, where the idealist thing comes in. When I'm talking about these things, I do very much have to make the point of, like, there is an inherent there in the situation that we've all got to be on board. And again, I think that's the foundational bad thing that's happening with our society, is we're not all on board for everyone succeeding, everyone having a fair shot, everyone being equal. And to bring it back to like the males versus females kind of argument, or even, black v white, I get the more disadvantaged side saying, but why do I have to now give that respect? They didn't respect me. Why do I have to, quote unquote, be the bigger man? Because it's what we teach kids because we know it's the better thing. Like, we know it's better. But as adults, we still argue it. We would tell a child, be the bigger man. Yeah, I know they did this, but maybe they were just, give the benefit of the doubt. Like, we do that. The crazy thing is whenever we become adults, when other people don't give us that respect, we convince ourselves as to why we shouldn't either. Fuck those people. And that's where all the arguments happen today. You know, like, no, you look this way. You look like this person. And this person did this to me. And so I will not respect. And it's like, no, we kind of have to. We kind of have to be able to go outside of ourselves and say, despite everything that has happened in history, now we're going to work with each other. And anytime we've done that in our civilization, it's only progressed us. There's never been a time where it's like, oh, fuck! And the world burned because we all decided to work together and we started caring about the opposition. I know, usually it's like, oh, that was better. Oh, that did work out. Damn it. Let go. Don't get me wrong, though. Like, I had a friend who knows me from just back home. And back home, like, there were two versions of me. There was the version that got stepped on, you know, until I went away to college. And then there was the version that came back after college and was not taking fucking shit from any of these fucking racist assholes ever again. And people saw that person as a very angry person. And it's like, yeah, I was, but it was me coming back to a situation where I wasn't taking it anymore. Never again. I'm going to stand up for me and for others in this situation because someone has to. But then once I left that situation and I saw that the entire world wasn't that way, there were people that were good and like trusting and knew about, you know, trolls, racist, sexist, and were counteracting them. I got a little softer. I was less hostile. It's like, oh, I'm hostile because of my environment. This is not unnecessary. We can be non-violent. We can speak. But we have to get out of that situation. You can't expect the person who's just been walked over their entire life to then just... They need to see others saying, hey, you can be the bigger man. You can be the bigger person. You know, I went through it too. And this is better. This feels better than getting revenge. And I mean, it's funny too, because we have this in video games. Like I always say, artists are the philosophers of our time. So like, we have it in video games, we have it in movies, and we just don't listen to this shit. We say that's video games, it's movies, it's fake world. But we constantly save the planet. We constantly help people. We constantly go against ourselves to get experience and level up and to learn about the world that we're playing in. But then put us in real life and we're like, no. And it's mostly because we're counteracting against all the negativity we've experienced. And that sucks. It's not an inherent, it's what we've gone through.
The seal to the fullest extent of my corruption, which is considerable.
Tell me about the supply cache.
And it sucks.
It was a necessary precaution.
And it shows that we do hope for more and that we do usually teach kids, you know, be a better person than I.
And that the wretched poor would then invade us.
We all think it can happen. We just don't expect it. That's the problem.
I can monitor your progress on the city services band. Radio me if you need some paperwork from the office of the mayor. I'll be generating reams of it.
Good talks. Good talks. Talks have been so good. And it's a big responsibility. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you know, why does everything have to be on parents? I mean, it kind of is, you know, and I mean it all around. I don't mean just, like I was saying, the good person who's teaching their kid to be all good. Like, Donald Trump should have been a better parent. You know, and then maybe his kids, even if he's a shitty person, they will be the person that changes his mind. But he was a shitty parent, and so that's not going to happen. You know, I'm saying and it should be something that is brought into like the education of parents. You know, parenting shouldn't be, yes, it's a gift, it's a miracle, it's so great, and everyone should be able to do it. It is like a human right to procreate. But we should understand what comes with that. We should put more responsibility on it than we have now, because it doesn't seem like a serious thing to most people. If it can just be an accident that happens that changes your life forever, you know? We should really, really make childbearing serious. You know, these are the things that matter, and not it's going to be your fault. You know, oh, and if your kid turns out this way, it's your fault, parent. No, but you are the first line of defense. Know that. Know that. In the same way that even like in a military, in a fucking simulator game, if you have a fence that is guarding your entire survival complex, you better reinforce that fence, right? It's that same thing. Just really take consideration and responsibility. We're the first line of defense. You are our best effort against your child being a shitty person. Parent, you are going to be our best effort against your child becoming Hitler. Now, were Hitler's parents terrible people? No, Hitler became a terrible person because they wouldn't let him into art school. So again, that proves what you're talking about, Naya, of like, there could just be an extreme left turn out of nowhere. But Hitler's, you know, entire situation, people were being anti-Semitic around him and saying, hey, you know why you can't get in that school? You know why the economy's so bad? It's these people's fault. And he listened. So is that a possibility? Totally. And we should see it as that. We shouldn't say like, and Hitler was a bad person because he was born evil. No, he was born an artist and became the worst person on the planet. Any of us can be that. That's why I love that song, Handlebars. I can ride my bikes with no handlebars. Because it's that understanding. You can be the greatest person in the world, or you can be the worst dictator we have ever seen. And you can ride your bike with no handlebars. You're a person. The amount of opportunity that if the world doesn't get in your way, that you can become is unfathomable. It's insane. But all those things that can get in the way, all those things that can kind of convince you differently, skew you differently, make you think you're supposed to be this person. That's just real life. That's just real life. It's crazy too, like, I talk this way and so people think I'm this like holier than thou and I'm leaving this way. I could tell you literally 2 days ago, I said, fuck everything, I'm gonna be a bad person. Like literally those words and sentiments, like fuck this. Like I'm so tired of just having nothing and no support. And I know I could just take it from people. I could just exploit others. I know I'm smart enough. I'm a fucking super intelligent human being. Like, I know I can just take advantage of others and have everything I want in the world, and I'm doing it. Fuck everybody. But even like these talks, coming here on the stream and knowing that I'm the opposition. When people do feel that way, I'm one of those only people saying there's a reason not to feel that. There's a reason to feel it, understand it, and counteract it. It can be better from being good. And so, like, this helps me. I think back to these situations myself. Because I'm that person. I'm that person who's like, I'm doing everything right. And it's why I see, like, the idea of when we were talking about religion and stuff, the story of Jesus is another one of those, like, anecdotal stories that you can, like, relate to. Because I do feel that way. It's not a God complex, but it's like, I'm really trying to, like, spread, you know, goodness and positivity and love, and I just don't feel any. I feel like the world is sacrificing me so that they can feel better. I feel like everybody might feel that way at some point. And aren't we all the sons, the childrens of the everything? The God, whatever you want to call it. So, like, there's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of relatability to that story. So, like I was saying, it also helps me to have these talks. Because I am not a holier than thou, better than thou kind of person. I said, on the regular, I say in the comfort of my own home and privacy, fuck everyone. But I know that's not the best thing for me. If I really do think back to my experiences, like, the best parts of my life have been when people didn't say fuck everyone. When people said, you know, hey, maybe we give this guy a shot. Maybe we give this kid a shot. Those have been the best points of my fucking life. I got my first new guitar, which fucking brought me my entire life from a friend's father. One of my friend's dads. Oh, that's what was up there, were suicide guys? Okay. One of my friend's dads, there was a really bad hurricane where we were living at the time when I was in high school. And I was in bands, I was in choir, I was starting to do more music stuff and starting to see it as not just a school choir thing. And, like, I had no equipment. I was playing on hand-me-down, second-hand stuff that people would let me borrow and whatnot, and shit would, like, short-circuit during shows, and so, like, my guitar would just go out, my amp would just stop working, and it was, like, fucking embarrassing. And it made me not even want to do music, even though I was good at it. Well, one of my friend's dads, he knew about all this stuff. He felt bad for me. He was stuck in a hurricane at one point while he was in his office building where he worked. He said he made a deal with God and said, look, he was so scared. He was like, look, if you let me out of here alive, if you let me survive this, I'm going to buy him I'm going to buy him a new guitar. I'm going to buy this kid that isn't my kid, but I know is good and wants this and deserves a shot. I'm going to buy him a brand new guitar. He made it out and I got a new guitar. It's still, I'm like tearful, you know, that will never leave me. That is something that I will always be a good person. I will always counteract my own negativity because someone did that for me. And then not even the only good thing, that just out of nowhere, when I was, you know, a senior, didn't know what I was doing for college, didn't know music could be a thing to go to school for, because my parents were like, no, you're not going to make any money and you're going to waste your life if you do that. Don't do that. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know what I'm going to do. My choir teacher was like, no, you're good. No, you can do this. We're going to get you into school for vocal performance. You're going to school and you're going to hone this skill that you have. You're good at this. Don't let anyone tell you different. And so I went to fucking college for vocal performance. and then fucking got into bands like where people who were in college for stuff like for music were just like, wow, you're actually really good. No one had ever told me that. So again, like, I will never forget that choir teacher just like taking it upon himself to be like, what? Like, nobody's telling you about school and like telling you can go to college for music and like helping you to get in there? I'll help you. Like, wow. Wow. And that's why, you know, when people are like, oh, you like helping people, you like fixing people, you like saying what's wrong with people. No, I know what it's like to be lost and have no one. And then for a random person to come out of nowhere and fucking help you out. I would love to be that for another person. For as many people as possible. Because not only do I know it feels good to help people out, I know how long it's kept me being helpful. Like I said, thinking about those people in those situations. It keeps me saying, no, I have a lot to be thankful for. No, I should be helpful. No, I should take into account this person doesn't have anything and I could help them. You know, that's lasted me 20 years. So if I can do that for other people, wow. I know people changed my, you know, direction in life. Maybe I can do that for someone else who's got nobody. You know? These guys just keep coming back. And again, I'm never asking, you know, I'm not one of those people that's like, you know, now give me your sympathy. No, I still try and have a relationship with my family and stuff. I think it is an important thing and a good thing to have. But through therapy, I kind of understand how to go about it. How to ask for it. And also how to protect myself if, you know, it's not something that is being offered up. You know, familial support. But my big thing is like, if you're in a family, you know, whether you're a mother, father, daughter, sister, brother, cousin, aunt, uncle, just give a shit. Just care. Just care. You know? That's something that can just drive other people to care about other people. It's weird. And just some people just, you know, don't have that. I have a huge family is the crazy thing too. Like, my family is ginormo, counting in like my cousins, aunts, and uncles, but we were all raised and like brought up super close kind of thing. But I can't be in that situation without having to like forego, you know, some of my, you know, dreams, wants, and things. And so I had to learn that it's not a bad thing. You know, maybe I'm not in the wrong. You know, it's possible for a parent to be in the wrong. And just to be told that, you know, they don't have to, you know, give alms, you know, they don't have to make it up to anybody. Just to know that. Like, oh, your action was the thing that, like, wasn't helpful. So maybe don't do that again. You know, that's it. I am jealous, though. I would say I'm envious a lot of, I've seen documentaries, and I've also had this happen with friends who are, you know, LGBTQIA+, and their parents had to learn to accept them and, like, why they were wrong. And when I see that happen, I'm just like, wow, you're so fucking lucky. Like, it sucks that you had to go through that shit where, you know, you were put down and like seen as less than because of, you know, something you put in your mouth and or butt. Like that is ridiculous. But that you had someone who was like, hey, look, I was wrong. And I'm going to do whatever I can now to make you feel accepted. I'm like, wow, oh my God. Whoa. Like that sounds amazing. Whoa. You see the sun really just like kick in? Because I've never experienced that. I've only experienced the sarcastic kind of like apologies from family. Like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. My mother like talks to me in that way where she'll be like, hey, you know, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel that way. And I'm like, no, I get that. Okay. But can we talk about like why, you know, that might have been the answer for you? And I can explain why it was a negative to me. And she'll go, gosh, can't you just get over it? Oh my God, here we are again. Oh my God, we're talking about your feelings again. Like literally, like I've told my mom it seems like she has like multiple personalities sometimes because it's like a Mean Girl snap. She will be talking to me in this different voice. And then she sounds like people that I went to high school with. Oh my God. Why do you need people to say you're sorry all the time? Oh my God.
Good to see you again.
And I'm like, what is that? Why do you make this change? Like, what is that? And then she gets offended and, you know, doesn't talk to me for a year.
Everything I had for you in the slums, that'll all be here too. So feel free to use it.
But I've tried like recording her,
No problem, pal.
you know, to just say, hey, like, look, you don't think you're doing this thing and I'm not doing it to shame you. I'm not recording you to say like, look, this is shameful. I'm recording you because I say, hey, you've changed your voice and you're being more hostile towards me. Do you hear that? Do you see that? To like, can we acknowledge it so we can move past it? And she's just like, no, you're only showing me this so that I'll feel shame and say I'm sorry to you. It's like, no, I'm showing you so that you can see that I'm not lying to you. I'm not doing this to hurt you. I'm doing this to show you that it hurts me and that you're doing this thing. I'm literally just showing you your action. And nope, my parent will not see that. It's just not real in her mind. Like, no, what you're saying is not happening. Even if you record it, no, it's just not real. And again, so yeah, that's why I speak this way to people, because it's like, I exist. I can't be the only person, you know? So I know in our society for people to say like, hey, I gave it my all. I'm giving it my all. And people still seem like the people that are supposed to even care about me still seem to just be like mad that I'm making this decision. We exist. You know, those people, those kids, those adults, they exist. And we need to watch out for them. They need help that everyone thinks is inherent. Like, oh, you've got parents. But they're not getting the same support. They're not getting that fair shot. Can't forget about them. The idea of like pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's not a real thing in our society. Go take an American history class. American history classes in America are like, if you're being taught, you know, honestly and not having your ideas just skewed, it's just kind of racism and sexism 101. But you'll learn like why some people have different lives, you know, in different countries or at different times, in different situations, in different classes. And I've given my people who have been here before have heard me like, I give my own family the benefit of the doubt a lot of times, where it's like, oh no, I get why they, you know, did everything the way they did it. Haha, you tripped. Another legend level. Yes. You know, it makes sense with the time when they grew up and lived and how they were raised. You know, I'm never here to blame. There's no sense in doing that. There will be a point where you just can't go far back enough. But like, what does that help? That doesn't help anything. You know what does help? People saying their intentions, apologizing, you know, doing differently, changing their actions. All of those things actually help. I've definitely, to go back to what Naya was saying earlier, I've definitely been that kid too who had friends. I had a friend that, like, I fought, you know, he robbed me and all my friends multiple times, and like we were always friends with him because he was our friend. Like, we grew up in a place where the friends you make at school are your friends, even if they're robbing you, even if they're doing terrible things. And like we say that thing of bad influences, and we don't want to do that, you know, put it on the kid. But I've been that kid in that situation where it's like someone's telling me this is not good for me, but this kid is telling me that this is good for me, and I want to be their friend. And so I just listen to them. So yeah, 100% the idea of fitting in, doing what we don't want to do. But it is, again, one of those cliche things that we don't pay attention to even as adults. Like, if you look at the entire, you know, conservative party, again, you know, right-wingers, the idea of you tell kids, if your friend jumps off a bridge, like most right-wingers today would be like, and I'm jumping off that fucking bridge too, and if anybody doesn't jump off this bridge, we're pushing them off that fucking bridge, because fuck, you better agree with, like, it's crazy. And it's like, what? Didn't your parent ever teach you that? Like, just because someone says they're with you and they're your friend, you probably shouldn't follow them into a pit. But yeah, no, adults don't even listen to that nowadays, so
and sell it to the highest bidder.
Why would children?
No, skip to the important bit.
I was the last survivor left in the quarantine. I can't believe I made it out. I can't believe I'm still alive.
We mourn all those who didn't survive, but as the president said in the speech here earlier today, life is for the living. Military troops have searched for survivors all over the quarantine, but now there's no one left besides the infected. According to Colonel Tanner, once his decontamination process is finished, the infection will be completely obliterated.
The Ministry did this. They're making their excuses to the rest of the world for destroying a city.
Look, Crane, before you go charging out of here, we already had an idea of how to send a message. We were going to plant explosives in a building and set off fires in a pattern, something the zombies could never do. Trouble is, we got the runner, Michael, over to the right building, but he can't get through to the top floors. Too many biters. As much as I hate to admit it, none of the rest of us are strong enough to do this job.
Well, we've got to do something right fucking now, or you, me, Jade, and everybody else are gonna get
just
blown
like
to
been
bits.
thrown back into the story.
Michael, I'm on my way. And while I'm doing that, can you get in touch with Jade?
This whole cinematic has been so immersive. We were watching the news.
You have my word.
I will take, you know, the 1 minute to tell everybody, thanks for hanging out. I know, like I said, I see my viewer count fluctuation of like, I'm not here to hear your stupid talks. I'm not here to hear about parents and adults. I want to see some Dying Light gameplay, and I have nothing to do with any of this. That's fine. Thanks anybody that like hung out anyways. Right? Appreciate that. I think that's one of those things, you know, I even had a good talk with like one of my oldest friends in the world where we were just like super vulnerable with each other and told each other like what we were going through like in our personal lives when we were kids. But not only just being vulnerable in that sense of like, hey, you know, I'm having a hard time, can we talk kind of thing? but being vulnerable and saying like thanks, you know, the misuse, the I love yous and things like that, of like, if, and going to what I just said in stream, if I, you know, am thankful about people hanging out, you know, I feel way more comfortable now after, you know, therapy and stuff, to be like, hey, thanks. You know? I don't feel weird. I used to feel weird about that. But it's like, no, that's a good thing. My friends used to make fun of me when I started making that kind of swap of like complimenting people when I just felt complimentary, you know, or saying thank you. And they'd be like, it was before, you know, people in the world were just becoming nicer. They were like, oh, you're like being almost like overly gushy. And I'm like, no, not at all. Like, I have this thought in my head of like, thank you, you know, or I'm appreciative, or, you know, whatever it is. And so I want to tell you, thank you. Oh, it is this guy. And so I don't feel weird about that. And I try to do that a lot in streams, because like, I don't know, for streaming and me, like other people, again, talk about like, oh, I'm just doing this as a side thing. I don't know if I'm really gonna do it. And wow, thanks for the follows, the support. You know, for me, it really is like, I have no support at all. Like, when it comes to something like streaming and trying to do streaming as like a job or anything. So anytime people are in here, like, I cannot explain how much support I feel.
If you pass the fun zone, please check what's happening.
You are supporting me more than like anyone in my family. Most of my friends, you know. Where everyone just kind of meets me with the, well, you know, I want you to succeed, but like, why are you doing this? Why don't you go back to school? I'm like, because I don't want to. That's what? I don't want to, and I don't see school as like an achievement. A lot of people keep telling me like, go back to school because like, it's a good achievement. You know, it feels good to accomplish that. So does beating Dark Souls. You know, I don't... I know I could get through school. It's just why do I want to spend 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years getting that degree? Again, a big argument I have with I have to tell people a lot is like, I've been in the situation where I am over qualified for something. And I know that someone didn't give me the position because I'm black. They found out I was black, and they didn't want their other employees to be under me knowing that I'm black. So until the world stops doing that, I'm not going to get a degree and then hoping that I can find a job where I'm not going to be discriminated against. How about we stop discriminating? Or I'm going to be my own boss. Like, that's the only two options. And it's hard for some people to understand that sometimes. Like again, some friends of mine, my parent, because they're like, no, to me, that's a sure thing. You know, to a white male friend of mine, going to school and getting a degree and getting a job that way is a sure thing because he's a white male. Like, there will be a job waiting for him. Not so much for me. It's not a guaranteed. And it sucks. That's hurtful. And I don't feel like putting myself in that situation again. And then there's nothing you can do about it. Like, people are like, no, you can't be discriminated against in the workforce nowadays. That's not a thing. Sure. Yeah, whenever I was working at Whole Foods and I told them that, you know, this is my religious beliefs. It's why I, you know, wear my hat and stuff. It has nothing to do with looking cool. I know I'm fucking cool. I don't have to wear a hat to feel that way. They told me no. And they said I could fight it, but they'll fight it back. And they were very straightforward about it and intimidated me into just leaving and not putting up a fight. That can happen. Is that my fault? Oh, you should have fought Whole Foods? I should have fought Whole Foods. How? No, I just walked away and was like, it sucks that my religious beliefs aren't, you know, held to. Because they're not scared of me. Who the fuck am I to say that I have religious beliefs? Oh yeah, it definitely sucks. But that's one of those things to where, like, no, I'm not going to get in that sort of position again and hope that people respect me and my beliefs. We don't live in a world where that's inherent. I need that to be inherent. I need to know that I'm not going to be discriminated upon. And there are different things that, I mean, streaming. I control this channel. I can't be discriminated upon. You know, playing music. People can say whatever they want, but like, you just don't listen to my music. That's the end. You're not, you know, keeping me from getting paid. But yeah, that's why I'm not all for it when people are like, well, what about just going back to school? I've dealt with racist teachers before who, like, it wasn't, you know, it was something where people were like, oh, you're playing the race card, huh? When me and one of my black friends were like, hold on, like, we're being treated very differently in this class, and it's weird, and it's like a joke. Like, they laugh about it when they do it. And so, like, the principal had to come in, and they had to, like, be told, like, that's not okay. You can't do that. And the teacher fought against it. Like, shit like that. It's fucking crazy. And you're supposed to tell me I have to go into a school where the teacher has to feel that I am worthy to learn what they have to learn. Fuck that. Why is everything on school? Why can't I just learn online? Well, you kinda can. Why do I have to pay for that education? There are just way too many things that I don't agree with in the entire situation, that when it comes to, like, well, if you could just get along with this, you might reap the benefits. No. No. Because what about the other person who doesn't get along with this and doesn't reap the benefits? Are they just fucked? Like, I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. Even if it's your advantage, even if it's something you can take advantage of. Again, this is the scalper argument. It's funny because it's something that we as gamers, we don't like in our games, but let it be somewhere else and we're not going to argue it as adults. But the idea of buy-in. I can't buy in for a lot of things. Even when it comes to music, go to Fiverr right now, fiverr.com, where people like pay for services. You'll see people that'll write you a song for $10. Because that's the only way they're going to make money in music. But Justin Bieber can buy a song for $10,000 and make $1 million on the radio. And we're all fine with that. We're all fine with that because we like the music. We like thinking Justin Bieber wrote that. Yeah, we'll listen to Drake. Why? Because he's so awesome right now. He's just so awesome. Yeah, do you write any of that music? No, but he's selling you relatability, branding. And we're fine with it. Kids have to go to school and pay for school to show that they're worthy. But there are really rich kids who either one. Just give them, you know, tutors. That's already an advantage. It's really good. It's awesome. I'm not saying that's a bad thing in any way. But then there's the people who just pay people to take their tests. Then they pay a college to just let their kid in. Why do I have to fight harder for that? Why are we okay with that? That's a problem for me. I'm not giving money to a college for that. Fuck them until they start letting everybody in. Am I more deserving? No. Am I more deserving if I work harder and sacrifice? No, that's just a justification for making me work harder. Money is important than actually teaching our children or anyone for that matter. Well, you know, smart society is not a subservient society. There are really, really good documentaries. I forget what it's called, but there's one really good one about like the Texas education system or school board, and they talk about changing all sorts of things in history books, and they just vote on it. It's not if it's true or not. They vote, and it's what they want kids to learn. So in one point where in a history lesson they were talking about the rise of hip hop music, they said no. We don't want that to be part of the learning experience. Let's change that to country music. But does country music have anything to do with it? No, but a lot of these kids relate more to country music, and we want them to relate more to country music. So country music. What? That's not education. That's indoctrination. You will believe what we want you to believe, so that you believe what we tell you. And that's a problem. We should be very much against that, but we're not, because you go to college to get a good job to get the guts monies. We have people that are doctors, not to save lives, but because it's such good monies. Maybe they wanted to play music, but no, monies. We have people that are police officers because it comes with health insurance, not because they want to be civil servants. No, the monies. Yeah, that's why I'm so disgusted over like what people will do in exploiting themselves for money. It's why I've talked about this before. I was listening to a female comedian who was talking about like she got real at one point and was like she's so upset that #MeToo fell through. The exploitation of women to get to their goal. It fell through. It seems like nothing has changed. And it was because she said, you know, there were women who were like, no, I'm totally doing that. You know? And that's my advantage. And don't get me wrong, like it just shows, I'm not saying that's wrong on women. I'm saying it shows that people are people are people are people. Because if you tell a man or a guy who's taking advantage of male toxicity, hey, that's your success, you're taking advantage of male toxicity. No, they'll give you all these other reasons. Even if they know they are taking advantage of male toxicity, that's a secret to them. It's an advantage they can take. Now, I'm not putting women down. I'm saying to the exact same degree, you look to the side, there are women who say, no, I can use this body to get what I want. And some of them, again, I have gone out with people like this, and their parents are telling them that. Like, you go to college to find a husband because you need to be in college to find a husband. You know, it correlates, you know, and it's like, no, it doesn't. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing to teach people. But that understanding exists. So we have to bring it to the table. We can't just say, hey, if we get all these men to just, oh, they're not going to exploit other people anymore. So does that mean we're not selling sex anymore? No, of course not. People will just say they're not using male toxicity as an advantage. Are they? Probably so, if it still exists. We have to teach past it. We have to get past it of why that advantage is not good for anyone. And then do the same thing for women. Sure. Person, not even just women. Person who is sexy, because there are men like this. You know, take The Rock. Sure, The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, making so much money, and he may love what he's doing. But is he who he is because of what he wanted to do and the knowledge he had and how smart he was and how he put those talents? No, it's because of who he is and how he looks. If he didn't look that way, would he be The Rock? Could he stop working out tomorrow and decide, I want to be a lawyer? Stop being The Rock. And we'd all look at him the same way? No, but he should be able to. He has to exploit this thing that he knows society looks at him for to keep his relevancy, to keep his brand, his name. And that's good business nowadays, which is insane. Again, put that to a little boy or a little girl. You know, hey, you want to be a dancer, you want to be a scientist, you want to be an astronaut, you want to do all these things. You can definitely do those things. These aren't make-believe jobs. But then we start to skew children, saying, oh, well, how much money does that make? Oh, well, you know, you don't get to do this, you don't get to do that, you know. I wanted to make video games when I was younger, and that love of video games and how they were made was taken from me. I was like beaten down and told so much, like, you're not going to like making video games. No, there's a lot of math and you're going to have to code. It's not like playing video games. Where it's like, well, maybe I'm not making that correlation. Maybe I like playing video games, and so I'm curious about how they're made. And maybe I'll like doing that too. But it was just, no, you won't. And you're not going to make any money. And so you need to like different things. That's exploitation. And once I start believing that, I'm exploiting myself. I'm saying I know what I want and like, but I know what other people want and like, and so I'm giving them that. You're exploiting yourself. I've heard huge streamers talk about, I don't want to do this. I don't want to play this game. I don't want to do this thing. I don't want to act this way. I don't want to say these things. But then my viewer count goes down. Okay, that's why #MeToo failed. Because you didn't want your viewer count to go down. You may want equality in the world, but you also want attention. You also want relevance. And so we prolong that. You know, the idea of like, no, exposure, even if it's bad exposure, infamy is still famous. You know?
I'm Crane. I was looking for Rupert.
No, you weren't. You were looking for a gunsmith who
instead of do what makes you happy.
Fair enough. I'd like to talk about some weapon modifications.
Children learn that attention makes them happy. That's not an inherent. Everybody looking at you isn't just a like, ooh, that feels good. No, that's something you learn, that money and opportunity comes with
What
that.
about these kids? Are their parents
dead? I hope. Every day, I'm terrified that one of them is going to look out the window and see their mother or father shambling.
That's why I really did like, I've been to different like tiers of university. I've gone to a technical college, I've gone to a university, like state college, and I've gone to a community college. And I really enjoyed community college. Regular college seemed very much like conveyor belt. You're either getting it or you're not getting it. You're going through and you're going to do this thing and we're just trying to get your money and get you out. Technical college, kind of the same thing, but less
She's dehydrated and exhausted.
Variance in what you're learning. So it's you're learning this one fucking thing and you need to fucking learn it so that you can get paid and get the fuck out of here. Community college was fucking awesome. because it was mostly teachers that, like, it was a side job. They just really loved teaching. They wanted to, you know, make more money doing this thing, teaching, because they loved
Maybe I can
teaching.
find some insulin there.
And it was less
Mister, if you could do that, I can't tell you.
cut in stone. You could ask questions. You could really get into other subjects even.
For a while, but I'll let you know before I leave.
There was more discussion about, not even just like in regular college, there's discussion, but a lot of it is on the subject matter. Whereas my community college teachers were more perspective like teachers of like, this is the subject, this is the information. Now, how are you going about learning it? And I wouldn't even say, like, some people would be like, oh, you know, that just means you're more hands-on. You can't kind of teach yourself. Like, no, I'm a yourself teacher kind of person. I just felt more correlation with more things in the world with those subjects. So if we're talking about American history, we talk about music out of nowhere. We'll talk about like all sorts of different things and how they correlate. And so it felt more like a life class than just this subject, nothing but this subject. And that was great. You know, it took the classroom teachings outside of the class too. And it's something that I kind of related to church in a sense. You know, you see all those people that go to church and then once they like leave the front door of the church, they're assholes. Because like just going to church, that was the thing that makes them, you know, godly. And so, you know, you see that kind of same thing in class. Like you learn something that kind of about American history that came with a philosophical kind of thing to it as well. You know, why we do or don't do this thing, why it was good for people, bad for people. And it's like you can take that outside of the classroom. Use it in your real life. And people just don't. They're like, no, because I don't care. Because that thing doesn't matter to me. It's like, yeah, but it pertains to life right now, you know, other people's situations. Like, yeah, but who cares? I'll learn it for this test, but then after that, you know, I'm done. It's like, that's so weird. It's funny though, it's a change in our societal norms. You know, there was a time where, again, it was very, don't parent my kid. You know, kids go to school to learn these subjects, not to learn about life. And it was understandable, you know, especially again, how we're teaching kids where we're indoctrinating them. We're not asking them questions. We're telling them this is how it is. And so like that, yeah, in that sense, a teacher should not be teaching a kid about those things because, you know, they could be teaching them sexist or racist things. But as we got more and more, you know, teachers are becoming more responsible in that, like, no, it is better to just give students all of the information. And then, you know, brainstorm, discuss, work through these problems in real life. You know, nowadays, I would say it's almost like therapy to where if you have a problem, a therapist would say, like, especially with someone in your family, it's one way you can work it out with them. But if gaslighting, abuse comes into it, therapy can be helpful because it's a third party. You're thinking about these life situations with someone who doesn't have a dog in the fight. You know, it's not they don't care if, you know, you get better, but they're not trying to skew you in any way. They're just talking to you. And it's like, man, I feel like teachers have kind of started to get there. Like, that's what, again, my community college experience was like. Of like, oh, well, you think this? Well, how does that fit into what we're saying here today? And maybe you can take that with you and learn more than just what happened in 1987. You know, like maybe it pertains to life today. Again, it's why we talk how we do in our streams. Like, sure, we're playing Dying Light 1, but maybe you got a little bit more than just Dying Light 1. On that note, though, friendos, I think that's a good place to go ahead and end it. We didn't take an intermission break because we were having good talks, and that's perfectly fine. But that means I gotta pee. I gotta pee real bad. So, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Super appreciate it. Super special thanks to Naya for, you know, having this talk with me. Even if it is sometimes it might feel like a one-on-one, people are just lurking, like, not a problem. Like, it's fun. It's good stuff. You know, I do this with close friends. I do this with random people sometimes in video games, and, like, that's why I like doing it on stream. I seem to enjoy doing this, talking and sharing perspective. So, here we are. Again, thanks. Plan is to come back tomorrow, do it all again. We also said possible, very possible, that we have an evening stream tonight playing some Dead Island. I want to get into that. So, if you want to see that, oh, thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. I should be okay with saying that too. You know, that's one of those things. Even whenever I was about to say it right there, I felt like, oh, am I being like conceited in any way? And it's like, no. Somebody said thank you, you know. Reciprocate the gratitude of sharing the information is just, you're welcome, you know? So thanks. You're welcome, you know? Thanks for being here. Like I said, plan, come back tomorrow morning. Also this evening, probably for some Dead Island. If you are a fan of Dying Light 1, Dying Light 2, that series, and you want to see like where those ideas kind of first came into play, you know, not zombies and stuff, but the RPG aspects, the zombie outbreak, where even the universe of this series started, you know, it's Dead Island. So we'll get into that. That'll probably be, holy shit, it's 3 o'clock. In like 3 or 4 hours. So if I see you, I'll see you. If you're not sleeping, I'll see you. If you are sleeping, have a good night's rest. Like always, have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. I'll see you guys laters for more of everything. Cheers and air horns. And goodbye!